Hello everyone, in this video I'm going to talk about that how you can create a custom workspace into the ServiceNow. If you see in the ServiceNow, recently they have added a dedicated top sections called workspace. Under that workspace there are a lot of workspaces are getting created day by day. So if you are in the ServiceNow platform and then your customer is looking for change something into workspace, it is going to be very difficult for you if you are not aware of that workspace steps. So what my plan is that in these sessions we are going to know that how we can create a custom workspace step by step. So let's see one by one. To create the workspace we need we are going to use that UI builder. So what is the UI builder? Let's first understand that. Just a simple one line of description and then we'll go actually in practical sessions. The UI builder is a ServiceNow tools for creating and mapping modern user interface for application built on the ServiceNow platform. Using the UI builder, we can create the workspace and portal. So if you know that in that ServiceNow we have a service portal, and then in the service portal we are using that Angular JS, and this Angular JS is going to be Angular JS is actually outdated, and then for that reason ServiceNow is trying to cope up that new technology with the help of that UI builder. So using the UI builder, actually you can create the workspace as well as the portal. So let's see how we can do that. So if you go here in the left navigation and then search for the UI builder, you will be see that UI builder is present under Now Experience Framework. So let's type the Now Experience Framework. Under this Now Experience Framework, you will be able to see multiple menus, themes, multiple sections are available. So we'll first today talk about that UI builder, and using the UI builder how we can create our custom workspace. So let's say that we have a workspace here. You can see these are the workspace here. We are going to create a new workspace today. So we'll click that UI builder here. So in this UI builder, we have to create a experience. What is experience? Experience is something like if you are trying to new workspace, you need to create a new experience, or if you are trying to new portal, you need to create a new experience. So experience is something like a new workspace or new portal. So our case, we are going to create a custom new workspace. So we'll click the create button under this experience. Now if you click the create option, the first thing is that your environment name, then /now, then / and then this URL path. So this URL path is nothing but that you are going to put here. So let's say that we are going to put called demo. So once you put the URL path demo, you will see that it is showing like a demo. Now you need to put your experience name. For example, we will put that experience name called demo, and this is our URL path called demo. Here is the important things. The first thing is that app shell. So if you click the app shell, there are multiple app shells are present right now. So if you see that previously there was only called workspace, then they introduced portal, and there are a few more app shells are there. App shells is nothing but the type of experience that we are going to build that. So are you going to build a portal? Are you going to build a workspace? So app shells is a type of application that we are going to build. So our case, we are going to build a custom workspace. We'll select that workspace, and then here we have to set that landing path. So whenever you land first time, where should you land? The land should be under home page or any other page. You can define that. So in our case, I'm not going to change anything here. So I put the name, I put the URL path, I select the app shells. I did not change the landing path. Here the roles. So what all user will be able to access these workspace, or you can say the experience. So let's say that I'll select that ITIL user for the time being. So we'll select that and then click create. So our experience is created. Now we'll click the open experience. So it means that we have created a applications, or we can say that a workspace with a blank page. So it's created a structure, but there is no page. So we have to create a new page under this application, or we can say that workspace. So you can see that I have created under global scope. Our application or workspace name is called demo, and then we need to create a page. So we'll click the create new page. So there are multiple templates are there. So you can see that multiple templates are there. So let's say that you are trying to build a standard record. You can select that this template. If you select that playbook, you can select that. If you are talking about the record page, you can use this template. Simply it will create necessary component. I'm not going I'm not choosing that any template. We'll select this template later in our further phases, but I'm not selecting anything. I'll click that create from the scratch instead. So we select, or we can create our page. Now here we need to define our page name. So first page is, let's say that I'll put that home page. So we'll select that home page. So this is our home page, and then we'll click continue. Now once you create a page, home page or any page, there are multiple things like a parameter. Inside the page you can pass parameter. Why we need the parameter? Parameter is needed because let's say that if you seen my portal page, under ID we pass the table and then we pass the sysID so that it can actually render particular record. So let's say that whenever you are opening any record into the ServiceNow, if I open that incident, you will be able to see in the top there are multiple parameter, not two, multiple parameter. One parameter is the table name, another parameter is the sysID. So these are the parameter, right? And in the sysID you are passing the sysID of the record. So these are the parameters. So we can define the required parameter, optional parameter. For the time being, I don't need any parameter. So we'll click looks good. Now we have one option called variant. What is variant will come later phase, but I'll just click that, or I'll just put that as a default and click create. So once we do that, our first page is created under this workspace. Under this demo workspace, our first page is created, and our editor view will be come up in some seconds. So now you can see that our the workspace editor or page editor mode is open. What I'll do, I'll just this one I'll just unpin and refresh once again so that the builder looks little good. That page builder looks good. The page editor is open. Now we have to add components. So you can see the left side we have a body, and this is overlay. So we are not talking about overlay. We are going to add some component under this body. So this is our body page. You can see by default it have a plus sign, or else you can add the component from here. So let's say that I'll click the plus sign. Now once you click the plus sign or layout or plus sign, we have a multiple layout. If you know that about Bootstrap is supported 12 column, right? Here by default you can segment this page. You can divide it into the multiple sections. You can do 2 sections. You can select the 1 section. You can divide it into 4 sections. In the advanced or grid system, you can do more further advanced sectioning. Let's say for example we are going to select the single column here, and then so once our single column is added here, we can click the plus sign, and then once we click the plus sign, multiple components will be visible. So first we added the layout, so which type of layout we want, then we are going to use a component. So what component we are going to add there? So let's say that we can show some alert, we can show some batches, some buttons, some text, so anything we can select that here. So for example, I will select a very simple component called, so I'll select rich text for the time being. So rich text is something that allows you to do something like you can add or you can put some your HTML component. So let's say that for the example, once you select the rich text or which type of component you want to add, you will be able to see multiple options are showing here. What is this? We'll talk about that later, but for the timing I'll select none. Once I select the none, you can see the default it's saying that the world works with ServiceNow. So this is the text is coming. So you can simply click that edit HTML here, and here you can see that you can put your HTML content. So you can click that here, you can click this here, and then you can put your HTML source code here. For the time being, what I'll do, I'll move this to a middle of the portion. I'll change this color to red, or maybe something called here. Anything is fine. Then I will change this font to a little bit bigger, and then I'll say that this color is little off, so we'll put something deep color, and then we'll say that new demo workspace, and then I will simply click apply and then save that. So this page is saved. In this page we can create multiple components. We'll talk about that. So our workspace is created, our page is created. Let's save that. Now if I go here in that actual platform and refresh that, is that workspace are visible here? Let's see that. So if I click here under this now under this workspace, our or my workspace is not visible, right? But if we click or if we get preview option, you will get this view of this workspace page, but I am not able to see, or I'm not able to see under this workspace my workspace is visible. How we can add this workspace? So we'll go here and then type that now experience. Here we'll click the experience here. Under this now experience, you will have call experience. Under previously go to the UI builder. Now I click the experience and I landed to this UI application. Now let's find out our application. So I'll find out called demo. This is our workspace. So we'll open that. So once you open that, you can see that the title is called demo, then this is the path, and then actually is the workspace. So nothing needs to be changed. What you have to do here, under this UX application category M2M, you need to create a new button, and then you need to click here under this experience category. You need to select the workspace, and then I am not going to put any order. I'll just submit that. And if I refresh that, under this workspace sections, these workspace should be visible. Let's see. So you can see our demo workspace is visible, and if you click that demo workspace, it's saying that page not found. Why? Let's see. So it's actually land me to this home page, but you can see this is our home, but it's saying that page not found. Why? We'll go to this again call UI builder here, or you can go to directly from left navigation, type again call UI builder, and then here you will be able to see that recently opened. Under this you should be able to see our UI builder, or else we can search called demo 1, and then here we'll go to the settings. Under this settings, we need to define that what should be our default or landing path. So landing path should be our home page. So this page should be our landing path. So we'll just select that and then save that. So we created a home page called home page. That page we should select that as a landing page, and let's go back again the ServiceNow home page, refresh there. So now we'll click this workspace and then click demo, and then you can see that we have landed our new workspace page called new demo workspace. So this way you can create your first workspace, and then here you can start customizing this workspace. Hello everyone. In our past video we actually created a custom workspace with the help of UI builder. In this video we are going to add some more component onto that particular page, default page. Apart from that, we are going to create a new page with that template, and that page should have some optional parameter. So let's see that. So if you see that I am in the UI builder page, and right now, and in this UI builder we are actually working on the demo experience or demo workspace. We'll open this demo workspace, and here under this demo workspace we have a home page, and then home page have that default variant. So we'll open the default variant. So this is our page editor. Here we'll add some components. So this is one component we added the last day. We are going to add few more components. The first component we are going to add that a layout, which is single layout again, and then in that component, if we click that add component, there are multiple components are there. So we are going to basically use that very familiar and useful component. So first we'll add the tab component. So there is a one thing called tab component. You can click that and then tab component will be added. Once you added your tab component, the tab name will be by default called untitled. So as you can see that the tab name is called untitled tab, so we can change this tab name. So let's say that under these tabs you can click there and then click this customize, and then you can put the tab name. So we'll put that tab name called overview and simply save that. So this is our first tab, and we can create another tab also. So we'll click there add tabs and then click that start from empty container, click next, and we can put that label, tab label. Let's say that the tab name is called my tab. So right now we have two tabs. One is the overview tab, another is the my tab, and inside that we can add some component. So let's say that under this overview tabs we are going to do, or we are going to add some component. So let's say that I'll click here add component, and this time I'll go to this layout, and let's say I will divided this screen to 3 part. So you can see under this overview 3 part is there. Now we'll click here plus component, and there we'll search with the data visualization. Again select the data visualization. So after adding this data visualization, we can configure that. Let's say that we are going to configure called none. Here we'll select the none, and then data visualization type is single score. We have to be select the data source. So let's see our previous data source are actually there or not, or else we can create or define a data source and pick there. So we'll click add data source, and we'll select the incident, and then we'll we'll say that incident open, run, and add this data source. So now you can see that the page have a tab, and each tab have a segregated with the 3 layout, and that have showing like the 40. It's showing as a 40, which is means that 40 incident is open. Now this 40 is what we should show something, some text here. So we can, for that, put some text. We can go to this header section, and here we can put the chart title. Let's say that and then we can put that heading like type is H2 or H3. So we'll put that, let's say that H1. So we put header, we put some description, and then if you want you can show border, you can put some additional customization, and then simply save that. So this page have right now 2 tabs. One tab have data visualization, and that can show actually the open incident count. So as you can see that it's showing like open incident count is that first tab. Now under this we actually added that rich text yesterday. Instead of that, what we'll do, we will remove this rich text from here, and then we'll add one more component called and then we'll select the stylized text, and then under this configuration we'll select none, and then here we'll update the text called hello, and after that we want to put some name called admin or something. So this needs to be dynamic. We'll talk about our upcoming sessions. So let's see. So here we will put that hello admin, and then after that we have 2 tabs. One tab have some data visualization. Now I'll go back to again this our demo workspace, and then I'm going to create a new page. We'll click the create new page, click create new page here, and this time if you recall that in our past video we actually created the page from the scratch, but this time we'll apply a basically it's template. So what should be the template? We'll use that list page template. We'll use this template. Let's say that we'll put that name called and if you see that in this page, in this template, basically you have a one optional parameter called list ID. So I'm not doing anything, I'm not touching anything. We'll click looks good, and then the very end we'll talk about our upcoming classes, but in the very end we'll again select the default and click create. So right now in this workspace we have two pages. One is the home page, another is the list page. So if I go back to the previous tab, quickly refresh this our home page and go to this workspace and open our demo workspace. You can see the first thing is that we are showing that hello admin, and then we have two tabs. One is the overview, another is the my tab. But we created another page called list, but how we can navigate to this list page, right? So we can do that some changes here to so that I can go to the list. And if you see that if I go back any of this workspace for asset, let's say that for asset workspace, the left side there is a bar from where you can change your page from one page to the another page, right? So you can change one page to the another page. So how can we add this list left side menu? For that, what we have to do, we have to simply go to this again here under this workspace and then go to the settings. Under this settings, if you scroll down, there is a side navigation. We have to click add, and then let's say that we'll select the first navigation is the home page. The icon is should be something called home. We'll put that home, and then we'll select or we'll put the label called home, and then this should be on the top. Next we'll click and then select list, and we'll search for that something called list. Let's say something called list field, and then we'll put the name called list and simply save that. After that we'll save that. So what will be happen, a left side will be present to our home space, and then we can change our left side. So we'll go here under this workspace and then click the demo. I think we should refresh that. It takes some time to edit all these changes. So now you can see that our workspace is updated with that call home and then list. If I click the list, it should open a list page that we have recently created, and this is the list page that we have created. Just simply clicking on that template page, and it simply created a list page. So if I go back here, go to this workspace, this is the list page, default list page. We just apply that template, and then with the help of template, simply it's created a complete page. We can definitely customize based on our requirement, but I'm just showing you the power of that applying a template instead of creating everything from the scratch. So you can see this page is created from here, and all these components, all these are automatically applied when we selected call template equal to list. And if you see that if I go back to again home page, we have two tabs. One is overview, another is the my tab, and my tab, under the my tab nothing is there right now, so we can actually switch between tabs here. Okay, hello everyone. This is the day 3 of that UI builder sessions. In this session basically we'll talk about that how you can write a small script and that can render dynamically represent your data. So let's go back to our workspace. So this is the workspace that we have created called demo workspace, and here if you see the demo, under this demo workspace it is showing hello admin. This admin is actually a fixed text. If I go here, impersonate other user, for example I am picking up that able tutor, and go to this workspace, see this under this asset, this is our another workspace. Here it's showing that hello able, but if I go here and then select call our demo, it's still showing hello admin. Now how we can make dynamically represent this text, that's thing we are going to understand by today. So we'll just end these impersonations and go to this UI builder, and our UI builder name called demo. Here we'll open our home page. So this is our UI builder editor mode. If I click that hello admin, these sections, you can see this text is a static text. So how we can make dynamic? So let's say that for that what we can do that, if you see, this is a static input, and here we have an option called dynamic binding. We can simply click the dynamic binding, and under this dynamic binding you will be able to see that few things. The first thing is that here we can bind data by drag and drop. So in each page have some properties. So if you see that in the left side, data type is the page property. So we'll click the page property. Under this page property we have three things called app, properties and session. So if I click apps have some app related information. If I click properties, this is all related to properties, and under the sessions it have the user sessions. So what is this user session? User session is like, is that user is logged in. You can click the properties, and then you can find out more properties about this user, and then here you can click the user, and if you click user you will be able to find out that user related information like user full name, user name, user company, this information. For the timing we'll pick the user first name and double click here. Once you double click, you can see the data binding apply in the top, and if I click apply, what will be happen? It's showing that admin. Now I want to print the text called hello admin, not directly the first name. So for that, how can we do that? To do that, what you can do that, you can simply, instead of directly binding, you can write some code. How can you write the code? You can click that binding again, and then here in the top you can see that this is the binding method, and here you have a options called script method. If you click the script, you can write the script. So let's see, you can go to the binding method, you can go to the script method. So in the binding method we see that under this sessions user object we have a first name object that represent the user first name. Now in the script section also we can utilize that. For the time being, let's say under the script we can write that here simply call hello and put space, and let's see what happened. If we click that hello and then just simply put that, what will be happen? You will be able to see the hello text here. So it means that script is returning properly a text that can be represented here. Let's see. So as you can see that it's showing that hello, and then after that I want to print the user first name. So what we'll do, we'll click again call this binding options, and then here we put the hello. After that, what we have to do, we have to use these options like apps, session, under this page property sessions, we need to use that user, and then we need to use that user first name, right? So for that, what we'll do and then click concatenation, and if you see that we have two in this function, pre-populated function, we have two parameter. One is the API, another is the helper. So using that API and helper, we'll able to achieve that. So we'll type API then dot, and you can see that we have a context. So we'll click that context then dot. Under that we have a sessions. So under the session object we have that user information. We'll select the sessions then dot. Then we had a user object. We'll select user. Then we had a first name. So using the first name we are able to get user first name. So what we did, we use the API dot context dot sessions dot user dot first name. Then we'll concatenate, we'll put a comma. So hello admin then comma, apply that. So if you see that it's automatically populating or pre-populating that what should be our text, like hello admin then comma. Let's simply save and see our workspace. So we'll go here under this workspace, and then we'll open the demo one, and you can see it's showing hello admin. If I impersonate right now able tutor, go to this demo workspace, you can see it's right now printing called hello able. So this way you can make some text dynamic. So writing a script makes your life very easy. You just go and write the script. What if you don't want to write any script? So that also have some functionality also. Using that some functionality you can also achieve this functionality. So let's try that without writing the script. I'll just end impersonation here and then go back to that our UI builder. So I'll go here and then open the UI builder. From the UI builder we'll open this demo UI builder and then our home page. So here we actually write some script to make it dynamic through that script. What if you don't want to write a script? Without writing also, you can achieve that with that builder also. Let's see. So this is our data binding builder. I told you, like, you can go to these apps, then you can go to these sessions, go to the user, and then you can add this first name, and you can just drag these or double click that. So I'll maybe double click that, and it's added here. Now what will be happen if I click apply? This directly added the text called admin, but before that I want to add hello, right? So for that, what you can do, you can simply go to the bind method again, and then here you can see that there is a formula. Using the formula, you can do multiple operations like math operation, string operation, comparison. So if you are aware of that, our flow designer or integration hub session, there you can do multiple formula. Similarly, here also you can do a formula. What should be the formula? Formula could be our concatenation. There is a method called concat, so you can just go and drag that. So what will be our concat? The concat will be like, the first value will be called hello. We'll say that hello. Here we'll type that hello, and then space, and then second value will be the similarly we'll put call, go to data type, go to this sessions user, we'll put the first name and double click so that it's apply that call hello, then admin, then I need a comma. So for that we'll put again inside the quotes, we'll put a comma. That's it. Let's apply that and see what happened. So you can see if I do that, the similar things happen. So I did the concatenation hello, then that username, and then after that I put a comma and then save that. So this way also, without writing a code, if you're not familiar with much about coding, you can concatenate with that formula, and that can give you an expected result. So let's impersonate able tutor and see this is again working or not. So here we go. You can see that similar behavior happening here also. Hello everyone. This is the day 4 of the UI builder sessions. In this day we'll talk about that list component. So if you go back to our workspace called demo workspace that we have created, in this demo workspace we added, or you can say that we created a report or data visualization. In this data visualization, it's showing that open incident count is 40, and then here it has some description. Now if you can refresh basically, but if you see that in this data visualization, if I click this item, what is happening? Nothing is actually showing right now. So if I click here, it should give me, or it should do something. It should show me the list of incidents that are open. So that is not working in this case. To do that, or to resolve that issue, we are going to do something. The first thing is that we are going to create a page. If you recall that we created a list page that give you that list of items, and in our case we don't want to redirect them to this page. We want to create a separate page for them, so that once somebody click this, they should redirect to a separate page. So what we'll do, we'll go to this UI builder, and then we'll click, we are going to create a new page called create new page, and here we will click that create from the scratch, and then I'll put the name called list item. So this is my page name called list item, and I will click continue, and then here I need a parameter. What parameter I need? When somebody click that, here I need two parameters. First thing is the table name, and second parameter is the query. So these two parameters I need that. So what we'll do, we'll go here, then we'll create a required parameter called table. So these two parameters I need. One is that required parameter called table name, another is that the optional parameter called query filter. So this table name is a mandatory, and then query filter, this is a optional parameter. So click looks good, And here the variant is default. We are not changing anything about variant. We will talk that variant. It's a very simple things. We'll talk in our further classes, but at that moment we are not going to talk about the variant. So we created a new page called list item, and under this list item we have one mandatory parameter and one a non-mandatory parameter. So let's say that first component, we'll click here, we'll put the single layout. So this is our first component. In that we'll add a component called stylized text. So we are going to select that that is here. So we'll see that. And secondly, let's put the table name. For the timing, we are putting the table name called incident, and here we are going to put that active equal to true. So this is the parameter we have set here. Now first thing is that this is the stylized component here. In this stylized component we want to put the table name, so we'll select that none here, and then we'll put that table name. So we'll go here and then dynamically select our property and then select the table name. So in that case we'll double click that and apply that. So in the top we want to show a table name called incident, and in the bottom we want to show list of incidents. So for that we'll add component single layout in the bottom, and then we are going to use that another component called list. So we'll search that and then we'll select that list simple. So this one, and in this list simple we'll select again none, and then what we need the table name. How we'll get the table name? So we will get the table name from this parameter, from the incident. So we will set from here. So we'll click this dynamic value, then properties, and then here table name. So double click, apply. So this is our table name, and now after that we have a fixed parameter. Under this fixed filter we can go to this property again, and then we can apply this query filter and then apply that. So after that you can see that it is showing that all active task that is showing table name is incident, and that 40 records are visible right now. All right, so let's save that. So what is we have done here, we have created a completely new page called the list item, and in this list item we have incident, and then another the table name, another is that query filter. Two basically parameter is there. One parameter is the table name, another optional parameter is the active equal to true. These two parameters are there. So let's remove this active equal to true and see that is it going to fetch all this data or not. And you can see that it's fetching that all this data. So we have created a list, and in this list it is fetching all this data. Okay, now what we want, actually we want that when somebody click that 40 here, this somebody clicking here, we should send, or we should redirect them to this page, or this page, and to show the list of record. So this is our another requirement. So let's achieve that. So first I have saved that and go back to our experience. So right now we have 3 pages. One is the home page, another is the list, another is the list item. So list item is the item that need the table name as a parameter. So what we'll do, we'll go to this our home page. So this is our home page here. In this home page, this is under this overview tab, we have a data visualization. We'll open that. So this is the data visualization, under overview tab, this is the data visualization, and when somebody clicking that, we should redirect them to the list page. For that, what we have to do, we have to go to this events, and event is nothing but what we want. So we want somebody clicking this tiles or data visualization, we want redirect them to a particular page, right? So we'll click that add event mapping, and what we want we want somebody clicking this visualization clicked. So it means that somebody click on this visualization, we want to do something, right? So we'll select that visualization clicked, because whenever somebody clicking this visualization, we want to do certain thing. So we'll do that visualization clicked. So what we want, so once somebody click the visualization, we want to do, or we want to redirect to a particular page. So we'll click that link to destination, and then once we click the link to destination, it will redirect them to a particular page. So what should be our page? So we'll click that select destination, and then here we have external URL and then pages where we want to redirect them. We want to redirect them to the list item, and here we want to pass the table name. So what should be the table name? The table name should be comes under event payload, and then here we have a options called params table. You can see, we'll select that and apply that. So what will be comes, like whenever somebody clicking that, they should redirect to this page called list item with the table name equal to whatever is set as a data visualization table. Similarly, in the query, we'll do a binding and then click the event payload, and these all are the data visualization parameter. So we will go and then select that query and then double click and then apply that and simply click OK. And then after that, you can see we just need to click add. So let's see one more time. So this is our event. We have configured the event. What we want actually, when somebody click on these items or this list of item, we want them to redirect to a list item page. So link to destination / list / item. So we want to redirect them to the list item, and the list item we have the mandatory parameter. The first parameter is called table name, and then second parameter is the query filter. Query filter is a that our optional parameter, but we'll pass these two from these params. So params mean nothing but whatever is applied to this data visualization. So let's save these things and see it is working as per expected or not. So this has been saved. Let's refresh our workspace. So right now you can see it's showing that count equal to 40. If we click that, so some reason we are actually redirecting to the correct page, but the parameter is not able to pass properly. So this is some issue happening in the current release. So what we can do, we can go to this our event mapping, click open, and then here under this event mapping, instead of form mode, we can change to the script mode. So here we can write the script. What should be the script? Under this script, we should define that what should be the route or where should we redirect. So in our case, we are trying to redirect them to list item page. So we'll put like list item. So this should be our route page, and then in the parameters under these params, we want to do some something. So we'll put that here. The first parameter is called table name. So here we need to pass the table name dynamically. How we know that? From which things or where the table name we can find? So as you can see that we are getting and a JSON, will copy that and open to the JSON viewer and paste here. Let's go here. So we have to do that event.payload.params. Then we should be able to find out the table and then query. So let's do that. So here we will say that so this will return a table, and then we have another parameter called query. So we'll copy that and paste here. So we'll go comma, then here we will so this way in the params, what we did, we put the table name equal to event.payload.params.table, comma query filter equal to event dot this one. We did that. Okay, so we define that params. What we'll do, we'll copy these as a field and then put under fields this one till this table. Okay, we are not passing under the fields, we are not passing that query filter, and simply after that we'll remove these logs here and then apply that and simply save that. So our code changes are done. This is a issue actually, otherwise it should automatically happens to the form here, but there are some issue happening. So let's try here. So we'll close our this console log and then simply click on this incident count, and once we click the incident count, and you can see we have redirect to that incident list page where we can see all these related incident. So this way you can create a event, you can map that, and through that mapping you can actually redirect them to a particular record. In case some events are not working through this data pillar data binding, you can go and then start writing the code as per your requirement. So you can see that when we selected that link to destination, automatically this code was populated. We just need to map that which page, what should be parameter, and it's automatically happening. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. This is the day 5 of the UI builder session. In this day we'll basically talk about that data resource and repeater. So there is a very two important topics we are going to discuss today. One is the data resource and another is the repeater. So let's discuss one by one. So data resource is nothing but a resource that can help you to get information from the server side. So if you can see that I'm in that demo workspace, and in that home page where we are building some widgets, tabs, we are adding some components and printing dynamically. Here we are going to add one more thing, or we are going to use one more thing called data resource. So before we talk about the data resource and repeater, let's understand why we are using the data resource or why we are going to use the repeater. So if you see in my instance, right now we are in the demo workspace. Here we want to print all this incident which priority is high and then open. So if I go back to that our incident table and put the priority equal to high and then state equal to open, so you can see there is a 4 incident right now present in the system. So these 4 incident is a high priority incident. Those incident information I just want to print our dashboard or our workspace. So how we can do that? Definitely we can do through a report, like we can show the count, but we want to create a tiles. In the tiles we want to print that incident number, their short description, all these details. For that we need to query to that incident table with the filter and find out that actual incident information and then print here to our workspace. So because of that, we are going to query to the incident table, backend table, we are printing them. We need a data resource. As you can understand that using the data resource, we can actually query to the backend table, and then from the backend table we can do any kind of backend server side operation with the help of data resource. So let me create a data resource right now. So for that, creating a data resource, you have to click this plus sign. Once you click the plus sign, you can see that there are multiple data resources are there. You can see multiple data resource are there out of box. You can load there and then you can do that operation. What you can do that if your condition is not satisfied or if you couldn't find your appropriate data resource, you can create that. From here, creating button, you can create the data resource. What we can do that we can actually use one of these data resource template, and using the data resource template we can get some information. Like in our our flow designer, we have a multiple actions like lookup records. Similarly here we have a lookup multiple records. So using that we can actually query to the backend table and get the information. So we'll select that we need multiple records. So we'll select the lookup multiple records here and then click add. So once you see that it's loaded properly, the first thing is that it's showing that table and it's saying that no table. We need to define the for which table we are going to record that. So for example, we are going to find out that incident table. So we'll select the incident table. Now we have a condition. So let's put the condition here. Priority high and active incident we are looking for. So we'll apply that. And you can see that we have one more thing called return field. So whenever we are going to query that, what should be returned? So if you see that in the right side, we have a pill view and we have a JSON view. So if you think about that, after querying to the incident table with applied the filter, result it's showing in the bracket 4. It means that it is returning the 4 record, because if you see we have a 4 record right now in the backend. So it is returning the 4 record, and if I open that, you can see these are the 4 record. And let's say that if I open any of this record, it's only returning the number information. So this is the number that is returning. Now in the return field, we can define that what all information we need. So let's say that we are going to say that we need the number information. And click add. So now we need 2 information, number and short description. Now if you see that it's the JSON got updated right now, 4 record again same, but if we open one of these right now, it's showing the number and then short description. So both information we have received right now. Okay, and then if you want to do order by, if you want to do short type, maximum result, offset, these things you can do that. So this way we can basically fetch the information, or else you can say that we can get some information from the backend. So we'll click before we click that, we can update this here. You can click that and we can update this data resource details name. So we'll say that lookup so whatever is meaningful for you, you can put that and click apply, and then we can click the got it, and you can close this pop-up. So if you see the left side under this data resource, we have right now new data resource called lookup high incident record. So these records, or you can say these data resources are added, and this is responsible for fetching the information from the server side. So this way we can fetch the information from the server side with the help of data resource. Now we fetch the information. How we can represent this information, that is an important factor also. So let's see how we can represent that information. So what we are going to do right now, we are able to fetch this information from the server side. Now we need to print this information into these any of these places, right? For example, what I am going to do that, I am going to place this information on the top here after hello or here. So what we'll do, we will add here call add component here. We'll add after call a single layout. So we created a single layout component after hello admin here, and what we are going to do that here, we are going to print this incident information. So let's do that. So we'll click plus sign, and then one of the important component is called repeater. We are going to use the repeater here. Now what is the repeater? The repeater is something you could say that for loop. Using this repeater, we can repeat multiple times and fetch the information. So if you see these lookup records, what we have 4 records. Now we need to do a for loop and then do like in the script, what we did, we write the while loop and then we go through each and every information and add or print that, right? Similarly, repeater works like a for loop or while loop, and that can help you to print information one by one. So what we'll do, we'll go and select that as a configuration equal to none, and then once we select that, you can see that so repeater need one information called data array, and that will automatically print these one by one. So this is the data, or you can say the data array that will print one by one. So what we'll do, we will click this dynamic option right now, and then with the help of dynamic option right now, we are going to pull from the data resource. So what we are going to do, that data resource, we are going to click this lookup record, and we have 4 record, or as I can say result equal to 4, that we are going to select and simply double click here so that it can apply in the top, and then simply click apply. So what will be happen right now, you can see under this repeater data, it dynamically binding with this lookup high incident record. So now what will be happen, it will loop for loop 4 times. Now after looping that, there should be some places where it should print that, right? So it is just looping the 4 times, but where we can print that, to print that we can just simply select the stylized text. So we'll select the stylized text, and then after this stylized text, you can see that right now 4 component is print 1 2 3 4, because repeater have the 4 thing. So we'll select the none, and then once you select the none, you can see that automatically let's workflow it 4 times printed, because our incident count is 4. Now what we'll do, we want to print the incident number, so we'll go and select that here text. We'll go to this dynamic binding, and this time we should bind from the repeater. So we'll select the repeater, and then we'll go to this value, and then we'll print this number. So we'll print this display value, and then you can see once you double click that, this is apply to that binded data and apply that. Now you can see that it have the 4 incident number 1 2 3 4, and this 4 incident number is 19 27 44 49 44 49 19 27, all are printed right now. We will simply save that. So basically this way you can get this information from that server side and print to your client side. Hello everyone, this is the day 5 of the UI builder session. In this day we will actually redesign our workspace page, as well as we are going to create a button component here. So whenever the button will be clicked, we are going to show in a pop-up. So we want to open a pop-up. So if you see that in our last video, we actually uses that our repeater. Using the repeater, we actually created and added some stylized content and put there all these texts. Now what we'll do here, we'll do some card type of things in our today's video, and we'll do some layout changes here. The first thing is that what we are going to do, that we are going to add a carousel here. So let's add the carousel component first, and then we'll talk further. So in this column layout, if you see, this is the column layout, and then in this column layout we added some columns and we did some repeater. So what we'll do here on that column layout, the first thing we are going to add one more component called, we'll add a component. We'll click add component, and then here we'll add a carousel. Now you can see that carousel content added in that bottom, so we'll little bit bring towards the top. So we'll add here. So now carousel component is added in the top. Now we have to do one thing. We had to add one more thing called repeater. So repeater will move after carousel. So now you can see that the carousel we added, after that we have a content, and under content we have a repeater, and then each repeater have stylized text which is presenting right now this way, and this is looks good, much better than printing that one by one into that bottom. Now what we are trying to do, that we are trying to do more stylized. So what we'll do, after repeater we are going to add one more component called, we'll click here, and then one more component we are going to use, that is called card based container. So we'll search for the card here. So card based container is actually hold the cards, will add this container here, and then this card based container will bring after repeater. Now here you can see that after repeater, once we added the card based container, it's create little card. See, if you see, a lot of cards are gets created. So these are the card created. Under this card based container, we have a options called header, card based header. So we'll add something called card based header. So we'll add that card based header. Card based container, inside the card based container we have card based header, and then under this we have two options by default created called identify and metadata. So we'll bring this number towards the metadata. Okay, so we bring, or we can say that we move that our text to the metadata. And also in the card based header we'll select that no. So we are not going to use that preset, we are going to use we are going to select that no as a preset, and then here in the card based header also we are going to select the no. Okay, after changing these two, so card based container we set the preset as a no, and then card based header we set we put the preset equal to no. And once we put that, you can see a lot of text are get populated with the different incident number. So what we'll do some little bit here. So first thing is that we are going to remove this caption here. So we are going to remove these captions. So what I'll do here, if you see that we have a stylized text, I'll just go and then duplicate this stylized text here and move little bit towards that. Okay, so this is in a better position. And now in this stylized text, what we'll do, we will change that to short description instead of this one. So what we'll do, we'll go and then add the short description instead of our number. Okay, and then save that. We will reduce this text component from we will change that this stylized text component from h1 to h3 so that it looks little small. Now after that, you can see we have a title. So we'll add some title here called important task. So we'll do some call. Now if we go back to here in this workspace and let's see that how our workspace looks like. If you see that the workspace looks much good than earlier, we need little bit space into the left side. So what we'll do, we'll go to this whole carousel component here, and then under this style we'll put some padding here. So we'll put some margin maybe. So we'll put 1 pixel margin there, or maybe a little bit more, and save that. And it should be shifted to that little bit towards that. So let's refresh there. So now you can see this is our final looks right now. So we have right now 4 incident, which is presenting that 4 incident number here in the top. We have a this is a short description, these all are short description, and then we have a view all. Once you click that view all, it can't it can show. Right now it's not working anything. It can do, or you can land to the list of the record. So what else we need, we want to add a button into the bottom of here in this position. So we want a button so that we'll use that button for different purpose, but at the moment we need a button here in the bottom. So let's try that. So what we'll do here, we'll add one more component here after the stylized here. We are going to add one more button here. So we are going to select this button and add this, and we'll select that preset as a none. So you can see the button is added into the left side. We can change this position of this button. We can go to this tile and then again let's add, and then here we can shift their position. So we can change here and then simply save that. So we added the button and we move that button towards the right side. Now what we want somebody clicking this button, we should show a pop-up or a modal window, and there we can show some content here. So for that, what we have to do, we have to go back to these events, and then under this event, if you click that add event handler, you will be able to find out multiple event options. The one of the event option is called open or close modal dialog. Using that open or close modal dialog, we are going to open that modal dialog. Now if you click this open or close modal dialog, you will be able to see that the form will be loaded for you, and then here you need to define the modal name. As we don't have any modal, I am not able to select any modal. So let's first create a modal. To create a modal, if you go to the left side, you will have that overlay. So this is the body and this is the overlay section. Under this overlay section, you have a modal-less dialog pop over. So we are going to create a modal. So we'll click the plus sign, and once you select this plus sign, you have options to have multiple options. So one of the option is that alert, confirm and destroy, custom, iframe, Viewport. Also multiple type of modal window we have. As you know that under this modal option, we have a multiple options are there, right? So we can show the alert message, confirm message, something like that. So what we'll do, we are going to select that custom at that moment. We'll select the custom. Once we select the custom, under this modal we have a header, body, footer component. So let's say that under this header, we are going to select call stylized text again. So we'll select the stylized text, and then in this stylized text we'll select none, and here and this modal, the custom one modal, we are going to call from our event. So we'll go and scroll down. This is the button we have, and we are going to call this like this is the button. Whenever the button will be called, that our modal should be open. So we'll go again, and then this time we'll select the open and close modal, and here we are going to select that our modal. So we'll select the custom one and simply add that, and then save that button. So it means that whenever the button will be clicked, the modal pop-up should be open, and that should show some content that we are going to discuss later, what content we are going to do that. So let's refresh our workspace. So we'll just refresh our workspace, and this is the button. Once you click the button, you can see that modal window is coming. So this way we can create a modal, and then modal can be defined under here. So you can see that we are able to, whenever we clicking the button, any of this button, it is showing this modal.
Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about that UI Builder client state. So what is the client state and why we are going to use the client state, that we are going to talk in our today's session. So if you watch my last session, what we actually did, we actually added these buttons, right? Whenever the button is getting clicked, a modal header is printing right now. So what I'm going to do, that I'm going to print some number into this here. Okay, so I want to print some specific information. If you see that, if I click any of this button, like this button or this button, okay, I'm getting a static message called modal header. So instead of this modal header, what I want to print some of the incident related information. For example, I want to print this incident number with this short description, something like that. Okay, so let's do that. For that, what I'm going to use, that I'm going to use one of the important thing called client state. So let's see what is the client state. So if you see that in our UI Builder, we have one more component called, if I little bit up here, we have a client state parameter. What is the client state parameter? Let's talk first. So client state parameter is a page component, or you can say the page variable. So like a variable, client state parameter can hold some variables value. So let's say that I'm going to click edit here, and then you can create or you can define the client state parameter. For example, I am going to say that modal you can define that in a string format. What is the format of this client state? You can define. For my case, it's a in string and initial value is blank. So that's what I have defined here. Okay, nothing major. Basically, you can assume that you have declared a variable called modal record ID, and that variable is a string variable. That's it, nothing else. So this is what we have declared here. Now, if you go here and then check, you can check the client state. This value, initial value is blank, and this is right now in a blank. I mean, this doesn't have any value. So what we want, whenever this button, let's say that any of this button it clicked, I want to update this client state parameter with this record sysID. Okay. So for that, what we have to do, we can go to this our lookup record. In this lookup record, we previously used the number and short description. We added one more column called sysID so that we can fetch the sysID. Okay, so we fetch the sysID. Now what we want here, under this client state parameter, we have a modal record. So whenever this button will be clicked, we just want to update this client state parameter. Okay, Y will come later. So remember that at that moment, whenever we are clicking this button, any of these 4 buttons, their sysID are different, right? So if I go back here, these are the 4 different incident and 4 different incident details. Now whenever I click that any of this button, the client state parameter, or you can say the variable value, should be updated with this current incident information or current incident sysID. Okay, so let's do that. To do or to achieve that, we will go to this button component. So this is the button component, or you can go and scroll this button component. Here we already have a options called open or close modal dialog. If you recall that, if we click this button right now, it is modal is opening. So what we are going to do that we are going to create one more handler, or we can say that we are going to add one more event handler. So we'll click the plus sign, and if you click the plus sign under this page level event handler, you have one option called update client state parameter. So we'll select that update client state parameter, and we need to define, or we need to select that value. The parameter name for our case is the modal record ID, and we need to define the value. What value we want to define? The value should be the value should be comes from the repeater. So we'll go and then click the value, and then we'll put the sysID and then value and then apply. So whenever you click that from the repeater, the value should be comes and apply that. So we'll click add. So we have a client state parameter, and this is right now blank. If we click this button, this should be updated, right? So if we click that, this should be updated with latest value. So let's try that. Before that, I will just, what I'll do, I'll add one more before carousel. I will add one more component here, like before carousel, to print that. So what I'll do, I'll print a stylized text, and here I will print our client state parameter. So we'll go and then bind that to client state parameter. We'll go here, we will select the client state parameter, and this is the client state parameter. We double click and apply. So initial the client state parameter is blank, and whenever the button will be clicked, it should be updated with the sysID. So let's see. Now if we click the button, there should be a sysID print after hello admin. Let's see. So you can see that the sysID getting printed, and its pop-up is presenting, and then sysID is printing. So this way you understand that initially the client state, or maybe the variable, page variable, have a blank value, and whenever I'm clicking this button, you can see whenever I'm clicking this button, it is updating this client state or the sysID, right? So it is working right now, right? What I will do, I will remove this stylized text. I just want to add, I just added this for your demonstration purpose, or your showing that the value is getting updated or not. Now what I'll do, I'll add one more data source. I'll click here plus sign, and then I will look up a single record. This time I'm going to look up a single record, and I'll click that add sign. Okay, what should be the table name? Let's see what we have defined here. The table name we hard coded as incident. This time also we'll do that same thing. So table name we will define that as an incident. And then what should be the record? So record should be came up from dynamically. So we'll go and then bring from the client state, because client state will be have that CCID right now. So we'll define that. Now what should be the return value? So we need from the return we need the number. Three things we needed: numbers, short description, and state. We can update that record. So we'll say that so these will be going to query whenever the client state will be updated, and it will be fetch a single record. Now whenever I'm clicking this button, a modal opening, right, where whenever we are clicking that, a modal opening, inside the modal we want to print this incident information. So let's do that. So if I go and scroll up, this is the modal. Under this modal we have added the stylized text. So these we can reduce to that H4, and then modal header, in the text we can put like dynamic text. So let's put that. We will get from the data resource the lookup incident record, and then we will go to the result, and then from there we will print that incident number first. Okay, then this is our header, and then body, what we want to print, let's say that again some text. So we'll print that text something. So we will put some stylized text again, and the body we'll select none, and here we will and let's save that. So what we did that in this pop-up right now, whenever a button or whenever you are going to click that, there should print the incident information like state. It should print that short description and description. Let's see. So if we refresh there and click this button, you can see that I'm able to fetch that this short description, but I'm not able to fetch the number and not able to fetch these state. Let's see why. So we'll go here. Okay, save that, and let's see it is working as per expected or not. So now if you see that if I click this button, you can see it's printing the incident number with that short description and then state. Hello everyone, in this video what we are going to do that we are going to create a new page again, and that page will have the record page. So if you see in that our UI builder, and if I go here, currently we have a home page, then list, and then list item. Now we want to create a new page, and that page should have a record page, and whenever we'll click this incident number, so that they can directly land to the particular record. So if you remember that this is our incident count page where it have a 40 incident. If you click that, we are actually landing to that incident page. This is our incident page we are actually landing. Similarly, when we click that particular incident, we should be land to particular record page, not to the list page. So let's do that. So this is our UI builder where we can create a multiple pages. The first thing is that we are going to create a new page. We'll click that, create a new page. And this page name, we can say the record page. So we'll select the record page. And if you see that we already have a multiple template, so we can select any of this template to do as a record page. Now if you see that, what we can do, we can simply pick that out of box this record page. So we'll go up and then we'll select this one as a use the template, and say we'll say that record, and now simply click continue. Once we click the continue, you can see that by default it have a table, it have a sysID. These two are mandatory parameter. It means that whenever you are going to call this record page, you should pass the table name and sysID as a mandatory field. We'll click looks good, and then here the page variant we haven't talked much yet, but we'll discuss maybe in our further later, but we are not going to change anything. We'll click create. So what will be happen? A new page will be created that will be hold as a record. So let's see. So as you can see that our record page by default created, these have lot of components are automatically present. We are not going to do anything. So what if you see in the top, we have a parameter, and in this parameter by default it's put the table name equal to task, and then by default it passed the sysID equal to one of the record sysID. And if you see that, this is how our record looks like. So we have a right now the all these details. This is how our record looks like that. Okay, so what we want somebody clicking this incident number, they should land to this record page. So that is our expectation. So our record page created successfully, and it is loading properly with these details like details, transform order line. We have a buttons called close task save. So these all are presenting right now. What we extra needed is that we should be able to redirect them to from this incident number to particular form. So let's do that. To do that, we'll go back to again that our home page. So this is our record page. So we'll open this our home page. So this is our home page, and this is a modal. We'll overlay and modal will minimize that, and this is the number. So we'll go back, and this is a stylized text. So this is the stylized text that displaying the number. If you go to the event, you can see that stylized text doesn't have any event capability that can redirect or that can do anything, because it's just a printing purpose. So what we have to do, we have to replace with something else. So what we are going to do that, we'll add one more component here called add after. What component we are going to add that? We will type that another is that we have a text link. So we are going to use that text link. So we'll click here, and then this text link is added, and in the configuration we'll select blank. Okay, so once we remove that, once we do that, and we will remove this stylized text. We don't need stylized text again, so we'll remove that stylized text here. Okay, so stylized text remove. Now in this label, if you see that under this text link we have a label and we have a link. So let's put that label. We'll go and then put that label from the repeater, from the value, the number, the value maybe, or display value, anything, and simply save that. So once we save that, if you see that this was our stylized text, and if I refresh or duplicate that again, let's see how it looks like right now after changing that from stylized text to hyperlink. So if you see, we just changed from stylized text from this was the stylized text to this hyperlink. And if you click that, where it is redirecting, it is redirecting to the ServiceNow.com page. We have to be redirect them to the record page. Once we click this incident number, it should land to a particular record. To make these things, what we have to do, we have to go to this UI builder again, and this is the record page that we have created earlier. So we'll open this record page first. In this record page, we'll collect the page URL first. So let's see how it looks like. So as you can see, once your this page is loaded, you will have one option called open URL path. So you can click this open URL path. What will be happen? This page will be open a new tabs, and that will have a separate URL. I'll copy this whole URL from this URL path and go back to this our UI builder again. Go back and then open our home page, and then here we are going to define that path here. Let's do that. So this is our page. If we scroll down, we have a text link here. Here we can define the link. So we can just copy and paste this link. What will be happen if we paste the link? This text, or you can say this CSID is hard coded. We want to make this dynamic so that whatever incident number is clicked, based on that particular incident should land it. For that, what we'll do, we'll click this dynamic option, data binding options, and from there we have a options called script. So we'll click that use script, and in this script what we are going to do, that we are going to return this value. So what we'll do, we'll paste this URL. Now this is the table name and this is the CSID of that particular record. So we'll put the table name equal to incident right now, and then CSID. How we will fetch the CSID? So CSID should become from the script. So we'll click that concatenation, we'll click the plus sign. What should be the CSID? CSID should be this. For 0019 there should be CSID, 0027 this should be CSID. So how we'll get this CSID? These all are printing because of the repeater, so we'll get the CSID from the repeater. How we'll fetch that from the repeater? We'll use that API, then dot, then we have one method called item, or one function or property called items. So we'll fetch from the item, we'll put that dot item, then dot. You have a options called value, you will put the value, then put dot, and here you can see that all these things like CSID, short description, number. So we'll put the CSID, then dot. We have a one called display value or value. So the way earlier we did, so we'll select the value and simply apply. So what will be happen? This way it will be from the script, it will be land to a particular record. So let's save that and go back to our workspace and see how it is behaving. Now if you see that this is our workspace, and if we click any of this incident, for example 027, I can see that URL got updated and it is redirecting to that record page. You can see 027 incident got landed. Now one thing you will be noticed that whenever we are clicking, it is opening on the same page, it's not creating a tabs. So in that case, what we can do, we have to define something so that these workspace are tabs. This workspace works like a tab. So if you see, or if you go to any of these other workspace, you will be able to see that there are some tabs available. See, these are the tabs. So you can create, and it's have a different tabs. It's open like these tabs. In our workspace, we don't have these tabs. So for that, we need to enable these tabs. To enable these tabs, we have to type called now experience and then go to this experience. Experience is nothing but the workspace we told. So our case, our workspace name is called demo. So we'll open this demo workspace, as well as I'll open other workspace. Let's say that I am opening another workspace. So this is the workspace called demo workspace. Here we need to define that page property. Under this page property, we need to define that one property. So we'll define, click the new button, and we need to define a property. What should be the property name? So property name we can find out. We'll go and then open this any other existing property. Here we'll click all and then search called tab. So if you search for the tab, you will be able to see that multiple properties are available for Chrome underscore tab. The property name is called Chrome underscore tab. So we'll copy this and paste here our case, and then this is the value they have provided. We'll copy and then paste that value here, and then type is a JSON. We'll define that JSON and simply save that. Alright, so we define that our properties, and let's see, this is our existing one, and if we duplicate and refresh that, let's see how it looks like that. So it's loading, and you can see it's created tab. So this is a tab. You can see previously there was no tab, right now we have a tab, right? And if you click any of this incident, let's say that I'm opening the 19 incident, you can see that it open in a different tabs. So this is a home page. I can go back to the home page, and this is the 9. And if I open this 49, again it will be open in a different tabs. Let's see. So you can see it's open at different tabs. So we can create tabs. We can make tabs based on our requirement. Workspace is mostly most of the workspace have the tabs functionality. So we can enable the tabs in our workspace. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about another data resource and how powerful data resource. That's things we are going to discuss in our today's session. So if you see that we have created this button called button, right? So we are going to rename that to call that resolve. So we'll just change this button text to resolve first. And if we go to this lookup high incident, right? So this is the condition we have applied. Now we need a higher number of incidents. So we'll update this data resources to instead of high, we want to bring all. So we'll just remove this condition, priority condition. So active is true, apply. And right now you can see that its condition is 1. And we'll just, you can see that result is 40 right now. And then let me save that. So what will be happen? We will change this button name called resolve, and there will be 40 incident right now. Instead of few incident, we want to show 40 incident. So instead of 4. So let's refresh that. Now after changing that, you can see that these bubbles are showing like it have a pagination features, and you can see all are showing right now properly. Now once we click that, this resolve button, we want to show a confirmation button or confirmation like, do you want to resolve this? If we click yes, we want to resolve this incident. That's our goal today. So what we want again, let's talk about that. We have this card, and then once somebody click this resolve button, we'll show a confirmation message like, do you want to really resolve with the incident number? And once somebody click that, we are going to resolve that particular incident. So let's do that. For that, what we'll do, we'll go back to this modal here. We'll remove this modal, we'll delete this modal, and then we'll create a new modal. We'll click that, and then we'll click this confirm modal. So you can see that it's created the confirm modal, and it have a header and footer. Everything is there. We need to be update that here call these things. So we'll put that call modal header should be like we'll say so in the content body we want to populate the incident information. How we can put or how we can populate the incident information? To populate the incident information, if you recall that we are actually using this client state method like here lookup records. Using that, we are actually based on this client state record, we are fetching this incident number and short description and state that we are printing here, right? So same thing we are going to do here in our this case. So we'll go here, and then in this body we'll say that we'll go to this dynamic method, and then we'll get the data resource. Let's see that we are able to pull this incident information or not. So we'll pull the lookup incident record, we'll say the result, and then we'll say number. This we want to add, as well as we want to do something, right? So we'll do a formula, and then we'll add the concat method. The first thing is that and apply that. So what will be happen in the body, will populate some information called is in close. So these things should be updated. So let's update that. We'll delete that again and go to this data type. We'll get from this lookup record result number, and then we'll double click apply, and here is it will be looks like that. Incident is in close is depending on that which state it is will be visible there. So we want to put some space, extra space, so we'll put that space and apply. So this will be our latest data. Okay, so let's see If we click yes, what will be happen? It should delete something, or it should resolve that incident. Okay, so let's go back here, and then if we refresh that, and let's see first it is showing properly or not. So this is our incident, and if we click that resolve button right now, so nothing is happening. If you recall that in this button we are calling that previously a modal, that modal we have deleted. So we'll go to this event, and then this modal we actually deleted, so we'll change this modal to the new modal that we have defined here. So we'll delete and then add, and then here we will define that, or we'll select this confirm one and add and save. So previous modal we have deleted and we have added a new modal. Now let's go back to our this workspace. Now if we click that resolve button, it is showing that this incident is in new. So do you want to resolve? So if we click yes, it should resolve the incident. So let's go back to this one. So this is in progress state. If we click yes, it should resolve that. So that is our end goal. So let's put some more text there. So we'll put some short description too into this there. So we'll go what we want. Once we click that yes, it should update, or it should resolve that incident. That is our goal, that is our end goal. To resolve this or to update this case, how we can do that, let's finalize that. So if we click that, if we just refresh that, this is our workspace, and let's say I'm clicking this incident. So it is showing that this incident is in progress with that short description. Once we click yes, it should resolve that incident. Okay, how can we do that? To do that, we will go to this event here. So we'll go to this event section, and then we'll map that. Okay, so what is the map? So so if you see this configuration, we have a two button. One is a primary button, another is a secondary button. Primary button is yes, secondary button is cancel. So once some primary button is clicked, what do you want? So we can define that. So we'll click that add event mapping. We say that primary button is clicked. What do we want? Once the primary button is clicked, we want to update the status of the incident, right? So that is what we are expecting. To do that, we'll go and then create a data resource. We'll go and then click this data resource. We have an option called update record. Here you can see that. We'll select that data resource and then click add. If you see that this data resource or update record cannot be run alone. This should be called from somewhere. That's the reason you can see when this is going to be evaluated, when somebody is getting called. So when someone call that time this will be run. That's what it is saying. Right now we'll cross this one. Okay, so we just added this update record. If you see that, again, if I open this update record, only when invoke it's showing. But if we open that our lookup record, it's saying that immediately we have another option called only it is invoked. So by default it's immediately. But update record or update data resource cannot be run immediately. It should be called from somewhere else. So we just added that update record options. Now we'll go back to this confirm again and then click add in event handler, or we'll just delete that again, maybe for showing purpose. I'll click that add event mapping. We'll select the primary button click. So whenever primary button is clicked, we want to call this update record option. So we'll go and then you will be able to find out call update record. So this update record one we want to run. Okay, which table we want to run? We want to run that incident table, so we'll select the incident table. Now what record we want to run? We know what is the record. The record should be dynamically the client state. So we'll go and then client state model record. This should be updated. We'll apply that. And then what should be the value? The value we can define here. The value should be the resolve. right? So we'll put that state. So we'll select that state is resolved. Now, if you recall that here, once we are changing this state to resolve, there is a resolution code and resolution notes. Both fields are mandatory. We need to define that resolution code and resolution notes. So if I change this state to resolve, you will be probably see there is a resolution code and resolution note. These two are mandatory. We also need to define here. So let's put that here. So if you see that what we did that under this update method, we are saying that this will be called and then update the value as a state equal to resolve with the resolution code and resolution notes. That's what we are saying, that incident table with the record of this state, and then that's it. So let's add and save that. So if you see that in this workspace, if I open any of this incident, let's say that 020, so this incident I am opening. Okay, so this is the 020, and if I go back here under this home screen and if I click resolve, the pop-up is coming with the 020 incident number, the state, and then short description. If I click yes, the pop-up is immediately disappear. And if you see, there is a blue bar is showing in the top. It means that something is happening. If I go back here, it's showing that it's resolved, but the pop-up got disappeared, but it is not removed from this home screen, and then page did not reload properly. To make more realistic, what we can do that we can simply go to this our UI builder, and then here under this this pop-up, confirm pop-up, we already added that execute update record, as well as what you can do that we can click this add event handler, and there is a one thing called we have a set loading state, and we can set that loading equal to true. So it means that whenever, if I will just add it, so it's added. So what will be happen whenever this resolve button will be pop up, and then if I click yes, the screen will be showing like loading. Okay, so it will be screen will be continuously set that loading. Then what else we want after this loading? So if I go back to this update under this data resource, if I scroll up a little bit under this data resource, you have an update record. We have created this record called update record 1. Here also have an event. We can map the event. What is the event? So you can click that add, and then we can say that operation success. So let's say that once our incident got resolved, we want to do certain things. What we want? We want to do that resolve, loader, whatever is loader is going to run, that we want to turn off. So we'll just turn off that loader. So initially, whenever I'm clicking this button, yes, the loader will be started. After successfully update the record, the loader will be ended. What else we need? We need to refresh this screen. So to do that, we have a two more data resource like lookup high incident record and the lookup incident record. These two are basically responsible to fetch the incident state and then all the incident. So we will refresh that. So we'll select that lookup incident record, refresh this as an event, as well as we'll select that here, we'll click add event, and then we'll select that high lookup incident needs to be refreshed. So these three things has to be done from this update here, from update record. What we are doing, we are setting the loader to be turned off. We are refreshing the data resources of this lookup incident, and then we are refreshing that lookup of this incident record. So let's understand one more time. So if we click yes, the loader will be started, and then from that update record data resources, it will be actually update the incident, our incident. After our incident is updated, what will be happen? Once it is successfully success, our loader will be finished, and then loader will be finished, and then we are going to update these two lookup record refresh. So let's save these changes and let's see whatever we are expecting is working or not. So let's say that I'm opening that incident number 0029. So in this 0029, if I go back to this home screen, we click resolve and then click yes, you can see the loader is started and then 29 got finished and then 29 incident got resolved. So this is how the loader actually works. Your screen got refreshed and everything works. That's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about that how you can make this button visible based on condition. So let's say that this button should be visible if the incident is not resolved. So if I want to do some conditional visibility, how we can do that thing we are going to discuss in our today's sessions. Before we talk about that, if you see that this is the incident list of incident that I have chosen. The caller name I put that admin user and their state are different, right? So some state are new, some state are resolved, in progress. So what I'll do here, I'll go to this our workspace and instead of this lookup high incident here, I'll update or I'll apply one more condition. I'll remove all this condition and then put call and then apply that. So I will change this filter condition and that applied or that returned the 10 record. So you can see that right now I am able to fetch the 10 record. Now in this 10 record, some of them are new, some of them are resolved, some of them are in progress. So I want to show this button, resolve button, whenever this is not resolved or closed. Okay, so let's do that. So I'll just do that and then what I will do here, if you see that, how do we know that which incident, what is the state of that incident? What I'll do that, I'll add here one more component after this short description so that I know that what is the state of the incident. So let's do that. So here I will add one more component after this stylized text. I'll add one more component. I'll add after and then I will select that component called, there is a component called label value. I'll select this component and then I'll choose that as a none, the configuration as a none. Now this label value have a label, so we'll select that label as a state and then here inside the value, we'll go here, click dynamic binding, go to repeater, value, we have a number, short description, sys ID. So we need the state. So what we'll do, we'll go to this lookup high incident again and add one more return field called state. We'll go and then change that to state and click OK and then close there and then go to this dynamic binding, go to the repeater, value and then we'll select state and then display value and apply that. So what will be happen? You can see that each card have a state and that show that what is the state of this right now. Is it new or is it in progress? Also, if you see that each card size are different. So this is a small, this is a big. So what we'll do, we'll fix that size. To fix this size, we'll go to this container, we'll go to the style and then in this width, we'll put the pixel equal to 300 maybe. Okay. So that the card, each card looks perfectly fine. We'll save that. So let's see right now. So we have updated, we have applied the condition, we have updated and then I will refresh this workspace. You can see that each card have a short description, state and they are fixed amount of spaces it is acquiring. Okay. So now what we are going to achieve that. So we are going to achieve that if this incident got closed or if the incident got resolved, we don't want to show this you can go to this case and then if this incident got resolved, we don't want to show this resolve button because if it's already closed or it's already resolved, why do you want to show that as a result? To make this conditional, what we can go here, we can go this card and then go to this button and in this button what we can do, we have a options called, if you see that component visibility, we have options called hide component. If you turn on, the whole component is going to be hide. If you turn off, it will be the button will be visible. What we have to do, we have to dynamically bind. We'll click this use dynamic here. So unfortunately here I am not able to see the repeater in this component. So what we have to do, or what I can do, I can go and write the script. What I'll do here, I'll put some call console.log, and then here I will find out call API, and then simply save that to know that where the value is coming or from where I should use that. So I'll apply and then save that. Now in this workspace, if I right click, go to the inspect, and then go to this console, and you can see that it's printed lot of objects. We'll go to this here, and then under this object you will be able to find out that under this item, so we can do that API.item, then we can do the value, then we have a called state, and then after state we can put that value, and then if it is we can put that value of the incident. So let's do that right now. So what we'll do here, we'll go to this script section and we'll say that if API dot, then we'll go to this item, then we'll go to the value, API dot item dot value, then we'll put the state dot value. So state dot value, so this is the item, then we have a value, then we have a state, then we have a value. So if incident value is state value is equal to, so what is the value of this result? So I think result is, let's see, we'll open that one of the incident and see that what is the value of the resolve incident. So resolve is 6 and then closed is 8. So if 6 or, so we'll say that 8, then what we want to return as a true. So return true means hide that. So we'll say that return true, else return false. So let's verify one more time. So if I go here, 6 is resolved. Okay, so closed is 7 and cancel is 8. So we'll put that 7 or 8. So both condition will put, copy and then paste here. So what we are saying that if it is resolved, closed or cancel, any of these steps, resolve, closed or cancel, any of this stage, it should be return true, else false. Apply, save. So let's see. So if you can see that this incident is closed, this is in new, this is all are new, and here you can go each of these, all are resolved or cancelled or closed are not showing this button. So depending on the condition, it is working fine. Let's try this one, 8001. So we'll click yes, and what will be happen, you can see it got resolved and then button got hide. So this way you can make any button conditionally as per your requirement. That's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about that how you can call the client script from the UI builder. So in our past sessions, we talked about some scripting part. In our today's sessions, what we are going to achieve that we are going to call our client script from that UI builder. To support this client script, what I'm going to do that I'm going to change a little bit design wise. First, if you see that this is the filter that we are using to get all these incidents that are called by me, or you can say the caller is myself. So on top of that, I want to build a drop down here so that whenever the drop down will be clicked, the drop down will be there as a state, and whenever the drop down will be clicked, what we are going to do that we are going to filter based on this drop down. So let's say that if you select the state equal to closed, only closed, and if you select that resolve, only resolved incident should be visible here. So this is our criteria today. So let's first finish our design wise changes. So this is our UI builder. Under this UI builder, if you can see that after this carousel, on top of that carousel we have a column. So this is the carousel component, and before that I want to add a one drop down. So I'll click here and then click add component, and then here I will go and add a component called drop down. So I'll go and scroll down and select the drop down component here. So I'm going to select this drop down component here. Once I select this drop down component, it have you can see it showing after. So we have added one component called drop down. In this component you can see that multiple value are there. How we can see? So let's save that and first see that how it looks like the drop down. You can see this is the drop down which is showing right now in the top, and if we click there, these are the list item, list 1 2 3 4 5 6. So what we are going to do, that we are going to update their list all these value with the state. So let's do that. So we'll go here and then first I'll open an incident. So as you can see that the 6 combination are available: new, in progress, on hold, resolved, close, cancel. So let's think that where we should write that. So we can go here, and if you can see that this is the list item that represent, or that you can say that showing all this list item. So right, so you can see this is the place where all these list item are showing right now. So what we can do, that we can simply edit there, and then we can put like list item 1 2, we can update there. So we can do that. So this is the place where you can update there. Okay, so let me do that quickly one by one. So here our drop down are visible. Now if we click here, we can see that all these states are visible: new, in progress, on hold, resolve, close, cancel. And if we select that, nothing is happening right now. So what I'll do, I'll move this state field towards the right side. So let's do that. It's too big here. So now you can see that our drop down shifted to the right side, and here all these states are visible right now. Now based on our selection, let's say that I'm selecting the new, or I'm selecting that on hold. Based on our selection, what should happen? It should update this filter and query, and then update these things. To support that, we are going to do one of the interesting thing. Let's do that. So first thing, if you go to this UI builder, and this is the lookup high incident that we are actually calling and doing all these steps, right? So we'll rename that. This is not anymore lookup high incident. So this is lookup incident record now. So we have changed this criteria, and then we'll apply there. And then under this edit condition, you can see that what did we did? We did that caller is dynamic me. So it means that any incident that's called by me, that is right now filtering. So on top of that, we want to put another filter condition on the state. So what I'll do, I'll go and create a client state. So we'll say that, so this is the client state we have created called Modal record ID. Another client state we are going to put that call, let's say that we are saying that state filter. So this is the filter that I'm going to put here. What should be the initial value? So initially we want to fetch all type of incident. Either it is resolved or closed, new, all this incident we want to fetch. So let's do that. So we'll go and then put the condition equal to and all this condition we want initially. But later, whenever you select any of this drop down, based on drop down, we are going to update there. So we'll copy this query, and here we'll put the initial value equal to state. I'll remove the state in, and then initial value is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. So this is our initial value that we want to fetch that. So we set a state condition called state filter string 1 2 3 4 5 6 1 2 3 6 7 8. This is our filter initial. So now what we have to do, you have to open this lookup record, lookup incident record. I'll click this edit condition. So what should be the condition? The condition should be, I'll put that state, and what should be the value? The value should be come dynamically from our client state. So client state value right now have 1 2 3 6 7 8. So we'll select and apply. So what will be happen right now in onload, it will be fetch all the incident. Let's see. So in onload, it will not change anything. Let's go back here and then refresh that and see this is working or not. So right now is onload, all this incident got fetched. Now whenever I will change this one, the state value should be updated from the client script. So we'll create a client script so that this client state parameter value can update it from 1 2 3 4 5 6 to that actual value that we are looking for, and from there we'll do that as per our requirement. So let's try that. So what we'll do, we'll go to this drop down and then we'll click that add event mapping. Before that, we want to create a client script. So we'll click there and then click the plus sign. A new client script will be created, and here we'll write the client script. For the time being, in the client script I'm not writing anything. I'll just type that console.log, and then here I will print the event parameter. So event is something that will hold all this our value. So we'll just put the console.log.event, and then this client script, from where it should call, this client should call from the drop down. So we'll add event mapping, and under this event mapping you have multiple event. So our case, whenever the drop down value will be selected, it means that when drop down selected item set, so whenever somebody selecting the drop down, that time I should want to run something. What I want to run? I want to run this client script. To run this client script, we'll scroll down and you will be able to see that under script, a new client script that are visible. You will just add that. So what will be happen? Whenever the drop down value will be changes, the client script will be run. So let's go to the inspect module console and refresh there. So first, if I change this drop down, so we'll click here and then select any of this value. So if I select on hold, you can see it returned a JSON format. So if I expand that, it's saying that element ID is a drop down one. Under this you have a payload, and under this payload you have a values, and under this value you have a first value is that L3, right? So we need to do dot work throughout this one. So we'll do this one. So we will go to this first payload, then items, then value. So let's write that. So we'll go here. So if we want to fetch that, what we have to do? We have to do like event, then dot payload, dot value, then 0. That we have to do. So let's do that. Event, then we have to do value, then we have to do the 0 index. So we'll put the 0 index. So what will be happen? This will return us that the value that we have selected from the drop down. So if we selected new or on hold, that will return some value. So let's apply that and then save and see how it's working or not. So now you can see that my console is empty. Now if I go to this drop down and select any of this value, for example I'm selecting the resolve, it should give me that data. So you can see that I'm getting that L6. Then if I change to that close, I'm getting the L7. So what we have to do? We have to replace that L and we should get the actual value called 7. So we'll do that, and then what we have to do? We have to assign that value to our client state. So let's do that. We'll go here under this client state, and here we'll say that dot toString. So this will return, or this will convert to toString, and then we'll use
Then we'll use the replace method. Using the replace, what we'll do that we'll replace il to a empty. So what will be happen right now, I will get a value, which value that will actually giving me that state value like 3, 2, 1, something like that. So let's apply and then confirm one more time. So I'll just apply that. So if I change this drop down to new, you can see that I'm getting value as 1. If I change to resolve, I'm getting value is 6. So I'm getting the value rightly. Now I had to set the value to our client state. So let's do that. We'll go here to this client script, and then what we'll do, we will put that API dot set state. So this set state allow us to set the client state. Now we have to put the client state name. So what is the client state name? The client state name is set filter. We'll copy that and then go back again, call our client script, and then again type call API dot set state. What should be the parameter name or the client state name? This is the parameter name, and what value we want to set. Let's copy this whole thing. So what will be happen? This will actually set that filter called set filter, and that will set that particular value. Okay, so let's apply that and see is that working or not. So right now we are in the screen, and what will be happen if we select that new or resolve? This should be client state should be updated, and this should be changes. Let's see. So if we change to the resolve, you can see that it's give me that resolve value, but it did not refresh or did not update our cards. Why? Because we should update our this query builder. So what we have to do, we have to update the screen. How we'll update the screen? To update the screen here, we have to update, or we can say that we have to refresh our this query. So this is the query where it is getting, or you can see this is from this it's actually getting and querying the data. So this has to be refreshed. That to refresh that, we can write one more single line of code. So we'll go here and then type that call API dot data dot, we'll put our name, and then here this is the name, or this is the lookup records, or you can say the data resources that is actually getting fetched for multiple record. Then we'll type that refresh and then just save that. What will be happen after fetching this one? It after setting this client state parameter, it will refresh that data resources, so that it can refresh and show the new data. So let's see, let's apply and save that. So right now we are in that home screen. If we change to new, you can see that it got updated and it refreshed and showing the correct data, all are new record. If we change to resolve, it will be refresh and show all these resolve incident. So if I change to you can say that in progress, it should refresh the card and showing here. So this way you can write your client script, and then through the client script you can refresh your screen. You can set your client state parameter. So if you change that to on hold, if something is present under on hold, that also show here. So you can see. So we just write a simple 2-line of code. One, we are actually setting that client state parameter, and then another, we are just refreshing our data resources. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. In this video, we are going to talk about that how we can show UI action to our workspace. So if you see that this is the incident record. In this incident record, we have created a new UI action called work in progress. What is this work in progress button used to do that? So this is a custom work in progress button. Whenever this button I will click that, the state will be changes to new to in progress. This button will be visible only if your incident is new or in on hold state, and whenever you will click that work in progress button, this button will actually update the state of this incident called new to in progress. So that's it. This is a simple this is a simple UI action. If I open this UI action, if you see that in this UI action, the name is work in progress. This table is incident table. This is a form UI action. And if I scroll down, I have put the condition if state is 1 or the state is 3. It means the new and on hold, new or on hold. In that case, this UI action will be visible. And once I click that, the UI action will be update the state equal to work in progress. So this UI action I want to show or make visible to our workspace. So if you see that I have not done anything, like if I check this workspace form button here, enable, and if I check this configurable button, this checkbox check, is that UI action is going to be visible in our workspace? Where should be visible this UI action? This UI action, I am expecting that should be visible under this record page. We have a record page we have created last step. In this record page, we have multiple UI action. You can see these are the UI action are available. So if I want to show my UI action in here, how can I do that? So that is my requirement here. So I want to show this work in progress button from like incident here. I want to show that button here also. Right? How can I do that? So that is our requirement. So let's do that. The first thing that if I check this form workspace form button or this format for capable workspace, this checkbox check, is that button will be visible there. Let's see if I save that. So you can see that one option is saying that UX form actions and form action layout record created under a work in progress. What does it mean by that? We'll come that little bit later. So if I go here and refresh here our incident form, is that button is visible? No, the button is not visible here. Okay. So you can see that the button is not visible, even though it's saying that some form action and form action layout item is created, still it is not visible. Okay. So we'll go step by step how we can do that. Even if you think about that, if you want to remove one of these components from here, let's say that you want to remove the compose email sections or UI action, how you can do that. So that thing we are going to talk about our today's session. So let's do one by one. The first thing is that if you go here in the left navigation and then type called now experience, under this now experience you will be able to see that one thing called declarative action. So we have a module called declarative actions. What is the declarative action? We'll talk a little bit later, but under this declarative action there is one module called action configuration. We have to open this action configuration. As this is our custom newly created workspace from the scratch, so we created from our own, from the scratch, everything we have done from ourselves. In that case, normally these UI UX actions configuration are not created. But if you see that, if you talk about any HR related workspace like HR agent or CMDB related, there are some UX action configuration is already created. So as we have created from the scratch, we don't have anything created under this UI action configuration. Under this action configuration, we don't have anything. So what is the first step? The first step is that create a UX actions configuration. So step number 1 will say that we need to create a action configuration. Now once you created that, you can see that under related option there are multiple related list. One is called all declarative action, UX form action, action bar action, list action, field decoration, related list, lot of things are there. So we will talk this little bit later. First we have created this UX action configuration called demo workspace. Now what we have to do? We have to go here and then under here you will be able to see called experience. So we'll go again experience. Experience is what? Experience is the application that we have created. So you can see that experience is nothing but UX application. What is our experience name? Our experience name is demo, we have created earlier. So we'll open our experience name called demo. Under this UX application or experience, you will be able to see that one property we have created called Chrome tab. This property we have created to make our workspace tabbable.
if you recall that in our past sessions we did that one of these sections called we created one properties called Chrome tab. So similarly we are going to do same things. We are going to create another property. So what is the property name? Property name I have listed down called action config ID. So this is our another property name. So we will put that this is the property name. We'll copy this property name and go and create a new property here under this experience. So we'll say that the name equal to this one. Now we put the name, we'll put the under the suffix the same thing, and under this value, what should be the value? The value name should be that UX action configuration that we have created, that we'll copy and paste here. So we'll simply copy this sysID and paste here and simply save that. Once we save that, you can see that this has been saved. Now if you see that, what will be happen, this experience or this workspace is now all these forms and list will be controlled through these configuration actions. Okay, now next step is that we have declared that configuration and we have mapped that our with the workspace. It means that all these forms and list will be controlled through these our UX actions configuration. Now what we are going to control, the first thing is that we are going to control that form. So this is, you can see that under UX form actions layout we are going to control that. So what we'll do, we'll click new and then we are going to create a new form. Okay, so let's say that the form name is, we are going to say that so this is our form layout under this demo workspace configuration, for which table we'll select that table name called incident. So what did we created? We created a form actions layout. So we'll create a form action layout. Once we created form layout actions, you can see that 11 form layout items are already pre-populated by default. You can see these 11 items are pre-populated here directly. Okay, because they are under the global things, so that's pre-populated here. Okay, now if I go back again under this action configuration to show you or to navigate you how we can go that. So we created a call action configuration here, action configuration here called demo workspace. After that we go to this action under this property, we created a property called action configuration and paste this sysID, step number sysID here. And then after that, under this UX actions configuration, we created a form layout action. We created a form layout here, form actions layout, and here under this we call that incident demo workspace, and then we define that for which table, that is incident table. And after we created that, there are some UI action pre-populated automatically called, you can see that UX forms action layout, it's pre-populated with that 11 item. Now let's see that magic. So if you want to remove one of these button, for example you want to remove this let's say that say delete UI action. How can you do that? Simply you go here under this 11 item pre-populated, you will see that this is a delete button. You just need to be remove that. We'll go edit here and then simply remove the delete UI action from here. So we'll just remove here and then save that. So what will be happen? Previously it was 11 item, now it's have a 10 item. You can see these are the 10 item, and if I refresh here in that our workspace, so if I click here, you can see that our delete UI action is removed here. So it is clearly indicating that everything is right now controlled under this call incident demo workspace, or you can say that demo workspace configuration. From the demo workspace configuration and the incident demo workspace, these form layout action. So right now these are the items are available right now. So next step is that we should add our UI action. So the UI action we created called work in progress, this UI action we should add here under this form layout action. How can we do that? If we click that new button, you will be able to see that you are actually landing to another table called form action layout item. So this is the another options called form. So this is the form action layout item. Here you have a name. So let's say that we'll say that work in progress. The label will copy and paste here. Okay, what is the item type? We'll say that we have two options called actions and then group. We'll select that actions, and then after that we have to select the actions name. Okay, so we can click there and then we can select the actions name. Now we have to define that also the table name. What is the table name? The table name is called incident table. We'll select that incident table, and then once we select the incident table, you can see that you will be able to select that all this incident table related actions. So there is another table called sys ux form actions, where actually it's landing. So we'll click again call new, and then here we'll define the name. You can see this is the name. Here you can define that name. So we'll say that work in progress. And here you have options called UI action or declarative action. So are you going to use the UI action or declarative action depending on your use case? For our case, we are going to use the UI action. We'll change this table name to incident again. And then here we will say that our button name called work in progress. We'll select that. Okay. So we created another thing called form actions. So that is a under this form action, we have selected that work in progress. We'll simply submit that. So here we selected that our button, we put that name called work in progress, and then simply submit that. So as you can see that what are the steps we have performed. We have created a UI action configuration. This is a one-time steps. Now if in future if you want to create a UI action, you don't need to create this UX action configuration. You can use that. Now we have created a property so that we know that under this from which property this is pointing. So we created a property called action configuration item, which select that UX action configuration. Under this there is a form layout action. So we define that form layout action. Under this form layout action we have a form actions item, and under this form action item we have a form actions where we are actually selecting our UI action. So let's go here. You can see that right now work in progress, this is actually showing here under this form actions layout item. So this is our form actions. This is our action configuration name called demo workspace. Let's go back and refresh our screen here, and you can see that work in progress button is visible right now before save button. So if you want to change the position of this work in progress, you can simply go back here, and then here you can see that our save is 100 here, and then work in progress order is 0. You can put that 300 as a example, and what will be happen, save will be go, and you can see the work in progress is come under the bottoms, and if we refresh here the button should be changed to their position. You can see that save button changes to this come to the forward, and then work in progress move to that right side. Now if you see that the color is little bit primary color, you can change this color also. You can go here, then you can open this item, and here you have options called variant. You can change this variant to secondary and simply save that. What will be happen, your button will be little bit updated. You can see that it's updated with this work in progress with that without primary actually. So this way you can actually make visible to your UI action to your workspace. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. In our past video, we have created a UI action and we have made some changes so that that UI action can be visible in our workspace. Now in today's sessions, we'll talk about that how we can do a group action. What is the group action? If you see that I am in the right now HR agent workspace, and in the HR agent workspace I'm just open that HR case. Under this HR case, if you see this close complete button, the close complete button have a combined with the two button. One is the called close complete. If you click here, you will be able to find out another button called close incomplete. So this is a group button. So how we can make multiple buttons in a groups, that things we are going to discuss in our today's sessions. So let's go back to our workspace. So this is the workspace that we have created called demo workspace. In this demo workspace, in last day we created a work in progress UI action, and that work in progress UI action is right now showing into this page right here. You can see if I click here, let's see it actually works or not. So if I click here, you can see that it's showing something called this page could not be found. So let's first fix that. We'll go back to that UI action. Open this work in progress button, and if you are back here, you can see that the state actually updated from new to in progress, but it's redirecting to some odd page. So we have to turn off this redirection method. So let's open this UI action. So here we just need to turn off this action.set redirect to current. This needs to be turned off. Now if we refresh that, this is in progress. We'll move to the new state and save that. And then if we click work in progress, you can see it's updating properly. So this is working good. So let's talk about the actual requirement. So we have created a cancel button. That button should be show as a group button here. So let's do that one by one. So first thing is that if you recap that our previous sessions, like to show a UI action to our workspace, what we have to do, we have to go to this now experience, then we have to go to this action configuration. Under this action configuration we have a form layout, and under this form layout we have to define that form action layout item. So let's go back one by one. So first we will type called now experience here. Under this now experience we already have action configuration. We'll open this action configuration. Under this action configuration, our action configuration name called demo workspace. Under this action configuration, we have a UX form action layout called incident demo workspace. Let's open that. And inside that we have 11 items called UX form action layout. So this is the items that are showing actually. These are the UI action. So these you can see these all are present here. So this is actually responsible to show all these actions. So what we have to do, we have to see that if you see that this is the form action layout items. So this is all these items. So this is the items, and under this what we have a UX form actions. So if you see under this we have a actions. So these are the actions, right? So these all are UX actions. Now if we want to do a groups, what we have to do, we have to add additional layer called action layout group. After that we need to map that groups. Okay, so let's do that. For that what we have to do, we have to go here first, and then let's go back to our form action layout group. So this, if you see that this form action layout group, we have to open this form action layout group, and we have to create a groups. So let's create a groups. So what should be the group name? For example, group name called. Inside the group we have to define the action. What is the action name? One of the action name is called work in progress. So you type that. Okay, before that we have to change the table name. So we'll change the table name to incident table. And then we'll search for that our action name called work in progress. We'll select that and save that. Now we have another action called cancel. Is it visible? Let's see. We have another button called cancel. So is it visible? No, that UI action is not visible. We'll add that later. So let's just add work in progress, create a groups called close incident. Inside that we added that work in progress action. What is the next steps? Next step is that with this 11 UX form action layout item, we have to add this group close incident. So previously we added that actions, but this time we are adding group. So we'll click the new button. We'll change this item type from action to groups, and then this time we'll select that our group name called close incident. Before that we'll change the table. So everywhere we should change the table. So we'll select the table name called incident. And now we'll select call close incident. So this is our group name. Now label, what should be the label? The label should be, we'll say that so in a high level, understand what we did. After that, we created a group called close incident. Under this close incident, we added work in progress button or actions. And after that, what we did, we have a incident, we have a form action layout. We added one more group called incident action, that groups we have created. So this is the groups we added, close incident, that group we have added here. So if you see that this is a groups, and in these groups we have added that groups, these groups. Okay, now this order is 0. We can change their position, we can change their type. Let's refresh our form and see how it looks like that. So if I refresh our form, you can see we have a 2 work in progress button. One is this work in progress button. This is coming from our groups. So these groups we have created, this is coming from here, and groups have only one button, and another button is work in progress button, that is present and the bottom add order of 500. That is a direct action we have added here. So this is coming from there. We'll remove the later. Before we remove that, we'll add our one more actions called we'll add another actions called cancel actions that we have created. So let me open that UI actions first. So this is a cancel incident UI action. In this UI action, it's pretty straightforward. We have just checked the form button. We have selected the table name incident. We have put this condition called state not equal to 8, and then here under that script we are saying that if you click or if you press the button, it will set as a cancel. State will be set as a cancel and it will update that. So first thing or first step we have to do, we have to check this call a workspace form button, this checkbox. Once you check that, there is a client script section open or available for additional client script if you want to write. So we just have to check that, that's it, and then you have to save that button. So if you check that checkbox, this checkbox, it means that this UI action is we can add in our workspace. So it means that we are allowed, or we can use or reuse this UI action to our workspace. So let's go back to our groups here. So this is the groups, and in these groups we can search call cancel incident. Let's see if we are able to find out our UI action. No, we are not able to find out still UI action. Why? Because if you see these last steps, so we have a UX form action that hold the UI action. So we have to create a UX form action that will hold or that will call our UI action. We'll go to this table called sys UX form actions. If you open this table, you will be able to see that our old work in progress, that's UI, form action we have created, that's actually pointing to our another UI action called work in progress. So this is a mapping between UI action and then this table. So we have to create a mapping here. So we'll click a new button here. If you click a new button, you have two options. Either you select the UI action so that you can directly select from the table, or else you can select the declarative action. So you can select a declarative action. What is the declarative action? We'll talk in our upcoming sessions, but at the moment we are going to map our UI action. So we'll change the table name called incident, and then we'll search for our incident, cancel incident button, and we'll paste the same name here. So we have created a form actions. Now this form action can be mapped our groups. So let's search in the groups. So inside the groups right now, two buttons, work in progress and cancel, and then these groups are actually attached to our form action item here. So this is the groups incident action. Inside that, two buttons are there. Now if I refresh here, I should be able to see two buttons. Now you can see that it have an incident action button, and if I click that, I have a two button called cancel incident and work in progress. So you can see I can add multiple buttons here like a menu options.
Now if you want to split, you can do that also. If you go back to the groups here, our groups, so these groups have a 2 button, work in progress and cancel incident. You have another option called split button. If you click there, type and save that, what will be happen if you refresh there, you can see if I click here, you can see at the top it's showing cancel incident and bottom it's showing work in progress. So instead of label, now it's have split it. So previously it was showing as a drop down to one by one, but now if you see, cancel incident is directly showing the top, and then bottom we have a work in progress button. So you can split, you can do or create a menu depending on whatever is your requirement. You can add multiple actions here also. So if I refresh again, you can see the button should be visible again in a different format. So this should be show as a label incident action. Inside that we have a 2 button. Now if we click work in progress, it should update the state to work in progress. Here, if it is only 1 button, then the button label should be visible. So this way you can actually do as per your requirement. The last thing, we can just remove this additional work in progress button. That we can simply go back here our layout, and then we'll remove that our additional work in progress direct action. We can remove that. So we'll save that, and if we refresh here right now, this work in progress button should not be there. So you can see the work in progress button removed. We have a 2 button. One is the work in progress and cancel. If you click work in progress, this will be changed to in progress, and if you click cancel, the incident got cancelled, you can see, and then it's got read only. So this way you can create a split button or group button depending on your requirement. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Hello everyone, in this sessions we are going to talk about that how you can write the client script inside the UI action so that the UI action works on a client side. So if you see my previous video, we have created a action group. One is called cancel incident, and then after that we have another button called work in progress. Both UI actions are server side. So if you see that this is our cancel incident, which is in server side. So if you click that cancel incident button, what will be happen? This incident is going to be run as a server side and then cancel this incident. But that's what I actually don't want. I want to do a things called, there should be a pop-up, and there you should have yes no button. When somebody click yes, that time I want to cancel this incident. So I don't want to cancel immediately. Instead of that, I want to cancel that in a pop-up, and then from the client side we are going to do that. Okay, so that is our requirement. How do you fulfill that requirement? Let's see in this session. The first thing is that if I go back here home screen in that workspace, let's pick any other incident which is not resolved. So this is the another incident. This incident is not actually cancelled. What we are going to do that, instead of this server side cancel incident button, we are going to convert to a client side. To do that, we'll go to this cancel incident UI action, and we'll simply check this client checkbox. And once we put the client checkbox, you know that under this on click we can put the function name, and that function name we can call our script. That is for native UI. But if you scroll down under this here, we have a function method. So this is a function method. Here it actually gives us a ability where we can do some kind of stuffs, like we can do any client script performance here. So let's say that for the example, I want to show a modal, and that modal will be work as a client side. Okay, so how can we do that? For that, we have to use that. We have a method called g_modal. So we are going to use that. And in this g_modal, we have a few parameters. First parameter is the title. Let's say that we will say that confirm. So this is our title. Then second parameter is that we have a description. So let's say that we will say that then third parameter is that we have actually function. In this function, this will return some response. So we'll say that The fourth parameter is that it need a JSON called cancel title. So we'll say that cancel title. And then we have another called confirm. So this is pretty much simple standard a pop-up that have a single line of code. One is g_modal.confirm that need a title. This is the description. This is the function, the response function that will return something like what you have selected, like cancel or confirm. Then we have two buttons called cancel title, and then we have another called confirm title. This T should be capital. Okay. So what will be happen? Let's format that code. If you format that, it will be looks like that. So now what we will do? If somebody click confirm or somebody click cancel, what we will do? We will do something, right? So that we are going to define here. So we'll put a called do cancel. This is the function name we are going to call that, and there should be the function should be defined somewhere. So this is we are calling the function. Where should we define that? We'll say that function do cancel. And if you see that in this do cancel, we can pass this response. So we'll pass this response, and then here we will put any name called PRM, and here we'll receive that, like are we click confirm or what do we click? Do we click confirm or do we click cancel? And that we will actually read that. So we'll say that console.log, and then here we'll just print that PRM. So in this PRM it will return true or false. So we'll say that if so we are going to do something, we are going to cancel that. So we'll say that console.log please cancel. Else nothing we are doing. So if it is just click the cancel button, we'll do nothing. Let's save that. So we'll clear our console. Now if we click here, click cancel, and if you click confirm, you can see that it is returning true, and then it's showing that please cancel. And if we go here, click cancel, and then click cancel button, it's showing the false. So we need to be put some code so that it can cancel that. So let's do that. So here, first thing what we have to do, we have to I'll just remove this too for the timing console. We have to define our script include, and we have to call as a glide ajax. So let's do that. So we'll go here, and then we'll create a script include. Let's put the script include name for the timing. Let's say that script include name, and then we'll select that client callable, and then here we are going to define a function. So let's say that cancel incident. So this is the function we have defined here. In this function, what we are going to do that we are going to cancel that. Okay, how we will cancel that? We are going to do a glide record. So I just press the tabs, it's automatically pre-populate. Which table we are going to call? We are going to call that incident table. What should be the how we'll find out that? We'll find out by sysid. And what should be the sysid? So sysid we are going to define here on the top. So we'll say that where id equal to this dot get parameter. Inside that what we'll say sys param underscore id. Okay, and then this id we are going to pass here as a sysid, and then what we are going to do that we are going to set the state equal to 8, and then we are going to use the gr.update to update this incident. So let's format that quickly and see if we got any thing. So let's understand quickly a code one more time. So I have created a function cancel incident. Here we know that how we call glide ajax. So using this we'll receive the ID of this incident. We'll query to that incident, and then we'll set the state, and then we'll just update that. That's it. So this is a pretty much simple code we have written.
Now this script include, or you can say that client callable script include, we need to call in our UI action, right? So let's do that. We'll go here, and then here we'll write the code. So we'll say that where GA equal to new glide ajax, and inside that we are going to call our script include. So we are going to call this script include. Let's see, it is in global scope. So we are going to call this script include. Before that, let's copy this name and save this script include. Client callable script include. We normally it's create a ACL. So it's going to create that. Here we are going to pass this script include name. Then we'll use the GA dot at param. And then here what we'll do, we'll put that called sys param underscore name. Here we need to pass this function name. What is the function name? This is the function name we are going to pass here. And after that, what we'll do GA dot at param, and then this time what we are going to do that we are going to pass this this ID here. And then how do we get this sys ID? So we are going to use that g underscore form dot get unique ID value, and we will just do that. After that, what we'll do, we'll put the ga dot get xml, and then we'll say that parse response. So this is a function, anything you can put that. So this is a function, so we are going to define this function also. Parse response, and then here what we'll do, g underscore form dot, we have a one more method called reload. So we are going to use that reload method. So let's understand one more time. So this is our confirm button. We are going to call a glide ajax called UI builder action. This UI builder action is nothing but a script include, client callable script include. Inside that we are going to call a function called cancel incident. I think I repeated twice, incident. So that function we are going to call that with that sysparam ID get unique value, and then we will get a response. Once we get the response, we will just reload that. So let's save both the So right now my workspace is refreshed. If I go here, click cancel incident, the pop-up is coming. If we click the cancel, nothing should be happen. But if we go and then cancel incident, and if we click confirm, it should cancel and reload that. So let's see. So it's cancel. You can see the state got cancel and it reload. So this way you can actually create your script. You can write your script to cancel or to show a pop-up for a incident. Hello everyone. In this video we are going to talk about that one of the most important things in our UI builder called declarative action. What is a declarative action and why we need to create a declarative action? That thing we are going to discuss in our today's session. So if you recall that our previous session, we have actually added two UI action. One is called cancel UI actions, another is the work in progress UI action. Both are the native UI action. Both UI action we make visible in our form page. Now in our today's sessions, what we are going to do that we are going to work with our list page. So this is the list page we have created in our previous session. In this list page, we are going to create a new declarative action, or we can say that we are going to show a new declarative action called resolve incident. Let's see the understand the requirement. So if you see that if I select two buttons or two record, like multiple records, you will be able to see that this edit button, right? So this is make visible. If I uncheck all this is not selectable. But if you select the moment you one record, two record, you can see the number got increased, and you can see that this edit button is visible. Now once we click this edit button, there are two buttons. One is the assign to me and another is the edit button. So if you click assign to me, this button is going to be this incident is going to be assigned to you. Now what we want to create another button called resolve incident. whenever you click the resolve incident, what will be happen? All these incident will be resolved. And before that, there should be a pop-up. As you know that in the incident we have a resolution code and resolution note. Both the fields are mandatory, so we are going to show a pop-up called resolution code and resolution notes. Once you fill these two value and then click the save button, your incident is going to be resolved. Now if you recall that to show just a confirmation box, like if I click here cancel incident, to show a confirmation box, we had to write too many line of code. But if we create a declarative action, we are going to write less code, and in future if we want to do some complex things, we need less code. Now the question is that why we need the declarative action whenever we already have a UI action? Why we need the declarative action? You can say that declarative action is a new component which is only available in your UI builder at that moment for the workspace. You cannot use that declarative action in your native view, as well as you cannot use the declarative action in your portal view at that moment. But declarative action is a new component which is more flexible, more less code actually, you can say that. Okay, but there are a lot of steps needs to be performed to set up our declarative action. As this is a new things, you might require to see a lot of tables, but the moment you start using this function, you will be more familiar and you will be more familiar with the tables and all these components. So let's understand that how we can create a declarative action. So at that moment, what we want to show a button called resolve. So that's it, right? To create a declarative action, you can go to this here called native view and then type called now experience. Under this now experience, if you recall that we have already action configuration. Earlier we discussed about that, and now we are going to create a here through this create new action, we are going to create a declarative action. So if you click that create new action, you will be able to see that these 5 type of declarative action we have. One is the attachment type, field record, form, list, related list. These are the things, these are the type of declarative action we have. As I discussed earlier, a form related stuff, now I want to create a list declarative action here to more flexible with that. So what I want to create a list declarative action. So I'll click a list here, type as a list, and the new form will be available. Now first thing is that we need to define the table. You can define the view if you want. So for the timing, I'm not talking about any view. I want to implement that for incident table. I just selected the table name equal to incident. I'm not putting anything as a view. Now here we are going to put that call resolve. That's it. I don't want to put any other thing. So you can see, unlike UI action, when you put the label, it's automatically put the name. Here we have a important field called implemented as, and there are 3 type of implemented as. One is the server script, UXF client script, and client script. What is this will come little bit later. Now we just put the resolve and that's it. I have not write any script, anything I have not done. So I just created this button. So I'll click the save button. Once your resolve button, or you can say declarative action, is created, is that button is going to be visible in your workspace. Let's see. If you refresh here, you can see that resolve button is visible here. Okay, so this button is visible here. In case this is not visible, what you can do that you can go to this UX action configuration, and under this UX action configuration you can go to this list action, and then here you can add as a list action. So you can simply click new, and then you can put our button called resolve incident. So you can select the resolve incident and then submit that. So as you can see that I have mapped that resolve button in our list action configuration. Now if you see the left side, what we have, one tab called all declarative action. So for the incident table or for this action configuration, like either it is for form, either it is for action bar or the decor list, whatever it is,
If you create any or if you map any declarative action, here all your declarative action will be visible. Now in case, as I said, if that is not visible for the list, you can just map to here for list. Now if I go here under this workspace and if I refresh that, the button is visible or not, we can check that. So we can see the button is visible. You can see that I have not selected any of this checkbox and still this is highlighted, and you can see that for edit button I had to select, then only this is getting highlighted, right? So there is a small configuration for that, so let's do that. You can go to this declarative action, and then under the declarative action you can see that record selection required. This checkbox is available, you can select that, and what will be happen if I save that, you have to select a record to make this highlighted. So if I refresh quickly, you can see initially it is not highlighted. Now once you selected one of the record, you can see this is showing as a highlighted called result. So you know how we can or which situation you need to select this record selection required. Now here is the thing, if you scroll down a little bit, you will be able to see that multiple things are available. So one of the things called count, group by, table, query, limit, page, view, sysids. So these are the action model fields which will be automatically created once you created your your declarative action. Now what is used for this? So these are you could call variables. You can use this variable in future whenever is needed. So these are the variable. For example, one of the variable I could say the count. Okay, so what is the use for? So for example, if I put resolve space double quotes and then put count and let's save that, what will be happen? How many record you have selected, that will be show. For example, if I refresh our, right now you can see the resolve is 0, and if we select 1, 2, it is showing the count. Similarly, you can use other variables. For example, you can select the table, sysids, pages, wherever. For example, I am selecting the table. So instead of count, I want to use the table. So these variable you can use that later. Let's say I'll use a table and save that. So what will be happen? In your workspace, it will be show that what is the table name. What is our table name? You can see the table name task. Actually, we are using the task. So parent table of the incident is task, that is visible here. So this way you can actually make use these variables later in your later phase. For example, I want to use the sysid, so we'll copy that and paste here. What will be happen? That comma separated sysid will be visible. Initially it will be blank, and whenever you will select one by one record, the sysid will be present. For the timing, it's resolved. Now if I select first record sysid is appending. If I select second record, you can see the second record sysid is appending in a comma separated. So these, you could say that these are the variable we can use in our future. Not at that moment, but in future we can use that. That's it. We'll just remove that at that moment and simply save that. Okay, so our resolve button or declarative action is right now present, and now we are going to talk about that one of the important factor called implemented as. So implemented as is a very important factor here. So what is the implemented as? So implemented as is like how you, if you click that button, what will be react, how it will be react. That is the implemented as. If you selected this one, right, what will be happen? We want to do something. What we want? We want to set the incident resolve, right? So we want to set the incident state, right? So this you can perform through that implemented as. One of the important implemented as is called server-side script, UXF client action, and then client side. So let's talk about the server side. So server side action, or you can say client side script or server side script, is nothing but similar as in your normal UI action. So if you go your normal UI action, whatever script you write there, you could have write here also. You don't have any differences. For example, if I go back to the incident, let's say I'm opening the incident. So let's say that if I want to use that state equal to resolve, which is nothing but 6, right? So we can say that simply here in this script called current dot state equal to 6, and then we have that we have two mandatory fields. Let's say that resolution close code and close note. So we are going to use that. So here I just put simple code as that called current.state equal to 6, close underscore code equal to update, duplicate, close underscore code is equal to duplicate, and then close underscore notes is equal to test, and then I'll say that current.update. So if you do that, what will be happen? Simply your incident is going to be update and then going to be resolved. So nothing different than UI action. Look and wise you can do that, but if you see that, you can simply create a declarative action, and using the declarative action you can perform the same action that you used to do in your client side. So let's go here, let's refresh our workspace and let's open incident. Okay, so why this button is not visible? Let's go back, and if we scroll up, okay, so this activate this button got disappear. So let's save that, and if we go here and refresh again and go to this open section, you can see the resolve button is visible. Let's say that I'm going to select one record and then click resolve. So 9004. So you can see 9004 got resolved. So this way you can actually mark, or you can work as a server side script, you can see. Okay, so this got resolved.
Hello everyone, welcome back to my YouTube channel. In this video we are going to talk about that another declarative action called UXF client. So in our past video we have created a declarative action called resolve button. This is a complete new declarative action, and this declarative action, when you click that, it's supposed to, or it is actually getting resolved our incident. Now what we want to make this declarative action as a UXF client. What does it mean with that? So it means that whenever you click the resolve button, there should be a pop-up open, and that should be through that UXF client declarative action. So if you go back to our declarative action, you have seen that implemented as, under this implemented as, we have a server script, we have a client script. Another most important and useful implemented as called UXF client. So what is UXF client? UXF client is a new type of declarative action that help you to do or create a declarative action. So what does it use? That it have a very good features that can allow you to do less coding and do lot of stuff. So let's see how we can do that. Before we come to that UXF client, this component, I have little bit changes in our pages. So let me show you that what I have done here. So I have created a pop-up. So if I click, you can see that I have added a button in the top. This is a demo button for the time being. We'll remove that button later. So this is a demo button I have created. If you click this button, you can see a pop-up is coming. So this pop-up is coming. Now this pop-up should be came up whenever you click this resolve button, not this button. So this is a demo button, or for show you that. So I have created a pop-up. When you click this button, a pop-up is coming, right? So similar button or similar thing should be happen when you click this resolve button, a pop-up should be open. That's the first steps. And then whatever you selected that, so let's say that you selected 3 incident, and then you click that resolve button for the example. You selected that close quote and close note and click resolve. These 3 incidents should be resolved automatically. So that's what I'm looking for. Now you could say that the pop-up is coming so easily, so nicely, like you added the buttons and you are calling that button, and it is so easy. Why we need to create a declarative action? The reason behind the declarative action is that we don't know which all items are selected, right? So we don't know which all items are selected here. And also if you see that it is hard to place this button in between here, or maybe inside these groups. So this is very hard, right? So in that case, we should use the declarative action. So using the declarative action, we can achieve this functionality.
Also, you could say that why we cannot use the client side. Using the client side, we could have show the pop-up, right? You could probably show that pop-up, but it is very complex to do that. Instead of that, you can simply use that UXF client, and using the UXF client, you can do that. So let me show you that how quickly I have created this modal dialog. I have go here called workspace, and then I have added a modals called the resolve. If you does not know that how to create the modals, you can go and check my previous video. So I have created a modals called resolve, and everything is drag and drop. I added a stylized context called confirms. Then here I have added one simple stylized text, and then after that I have created another stylized text called close quote, and here I have added the drop down, and this drop down value I have added hard coded manually called duplicate, known error, user error. I put that manual drop down value, and then I have added a text area here, and then I have added a button. You can see this is the buttons under this footer. Okay, also I have created one you could have see that client state parameter I have created called incident record, so that I can print something. So this client state parameter, what is client state parameter? You know that this is a page variable that I have placed under here called, you can see this is the client state parameter I have added. So this is simple a drop down, or you can say the simple a pop-up box or modals I have created, and this modal actually getting called, I have added before the body, I have added this button called button 3. This is I am calling from here. So this is a simple steps I have performed. Now what do you want? We want to create a custom event. Why we need custom event? Custom event is needed to call from our declarative action. So first thing first, we have to create our custom event. To do or to work with that EXF client action, we need to create a custom event first. So let's create a custom event. To create a custom event, you have to go to the body section. Under this body, if you scroll down, you will be able to see called handled event. So under this handled event, you can create your custom event. So our event name called incident, anything you can put that. Okay, so this is our event name we have declared. Okay, and in this event, what we are going to pass? We are going to pass the incident IDs. So we are going to put a payload. Under this payload, we are going to define a name called incident IDs. So this is our payload name. So we are going to put called incident IDs. Okay. So we have defined a parameter. You could have said that this is payload is nothing but a parameter. So whenever the event is going to be called, we are going to pass some incident sysID, multiple incident sysID, one incident sysID, something like that. So we are going to put call incident IDs. So this is our payload name. We could click add. So our event is created. So this is our event is created. Now what we want? So this event can be called from multiple places. You can call this from the body, you can call from the page, wherever is needed. So whenever this event is going to be called, what do you want? We want to do something, right? What do you want? We will click this event mapping, and then you can see that here we have incident resolve pop-up. We click that. What do you want? We want to open or close dialog. So this should be open, and here which pop-up should be open? The resolve incident pop-up should be open. We click add. So the resolve incident pop-up should be open. So you can see that our open or close dialog model will be open. Okay. So we registered this event from here, and then once we registered that, we are declaring that what should be happen. We are saying that it should open the dialog model. Now what is the next steps? The next step is that we'll go to this button, and in this button, instead of this calling open or close modal dialog directly, what we are going to do that, we are going to delete that. We are going to call our own event. So let's see our event name called incident resolve pop-up. So this event we are going to call that. And in this event, we can pass some value. So you can see that in this event, or whenever we are calling this event, we can pass this incident ID, multiple incident ID, we can pass that. So we are not putting, or we are not going to pass anything at that moment. We will simply say, let's say that I'll put that 1, 2, 3 for the timing. So what will be happen? Instead of directly call that open or close pop-up, it is going to call our custom event called incident resolve
pop-up, and this incident resolve pop-up, what will be happen, this button or these things is actually event is going to call our event mapping called open or close pop-up, and that will open our pop-up. That's it. So let's go back our workspace, and then this time if we click this button should be open our pop-up. You can see the open this pop-up is opening. Okay, how this button is opening the pop-up, because this time it is opening through this custom event. Now what do we want? We want to create a declarative action called resolve incident, and then type we have selected EXF client action. Here it have a specified payload. We need to define a payload. Okay, so we'll click this and open it in your another tab, and here we are going to create the new button. So this is the payload where we can define the payload. So let's say that our key name called incident then here apply to, where we want to apply. We want to apply under list, so we'll select the list. Another important parameter called payload. What is the payload? The payload is something that we are going to pass from our declarative action. What we want to pass? We want to pass, if we go here under this body and then we go here, we want to pass the incident ID. So we'll say that for the time being incident IDs, and what should be the value? The default value, say that 1 2 3. We don't know what is the value at the moment, initial, right? So this, you can declare the initial value, or we can say that blank. So we'll say the blank. Okay, and save that. So this action payload, we are saying that this will be our key, and here we are going to map that. So this incident ID is our payload. Now what we want, we will go here and then put this to incident resolve this. Under this declarative action, we are going to select this specific client action. Okay, and then simply save that. So what we did, we have created a button called resolve incident. Here we have selected UXF client. We have created a payload. The payload, we are passing a we are actually putting a payload call incident IDs, and at that moment we are passing that as a blank. Okay, also we have created a custom event called incident resolve pop-up, and that is actually opening our pop-up, right? What is the next steps? So we have created this button, we have created an event, right? Next step is that we have to do a event mapping. What is the event mapping? Event mapping is a place where it is saying that from where to where it should do. Okay, so for example, I will say that incident, and then here we need to put the source ID. Source ID is nothing but from where this button is going to be called. Our case, the button is called list header, so we'll copy this source ID. So we'll copy this source ID, go and paste here called source ID, and then declarative action called resolve incident. We have a called micro component. So micro component is nothing but a page name. What is our page name? Our page name, we can go to this simply called settings, and then here default list page. So this is the page name. We can go and paste our page name here. Now target event. What is the target event? The target event is the event that we are going to call, and our event name called incident resolve pop-up. This event we want to map, so we'll put here called mapping here. Now after that, we have another important target payload mapping. So what is the target payload mapping? Target payload mapping is saying that from this button to this page, what we are actually mapping. We'll come this little in detail. So I'll copy this payload mapping for the time being and paste here. What is meaning that I'll come in detail. So you can see that in this case I have two mapping. So I will remove that first one mapping. So let's remove that one mapping. So we'll go here. This is the one mapping. So we'll remove this section, and we'll remove this comma also. So this have a one mapping. Okay, now here you can see two fields is saying. So this two fields is nothing but this parameter
called incident ID we'll place here. What is this JSON will come little bit later. So we'll copy this thing and then paste under this mapping, and let's save that. So let's understand that overall process whatever we have performed. The first thing is that we have created a declarative action called resolve incident. So we have created a declarative action. Then choose as a option called UXF client. After that we have created a event. So this is called action payload. So we have created action payload definition. So we have created called action payload definition. And here we define a JSON parameter. Then we created a custom event. Then we have actually mapped that custom event, and then last under fifth step we have defined called here called UX add-on event mapping, and then where we have actually put a JSON mapping that you can see in the bottom. So let's revise one more time. So we have created UX under this UX client action. First we have created a declarative action called resolve incident. Under this we have selected called UXF client action. UXF client action we have created that. After that we created the action payload definition. Action payload definition. Here we define one parameter called incident IDs. So this is we define in a JSON parameter. After that we created a custom event under called incident resolve button. Here we map what we want. We want to open a pop-up, so we map there. So pop-up we define there. After that what I did actually, we go here under this UX add event mapping. We created a mapping, and here under this mapping we have put source ID, declarative action, page name, and then event name. Now here we have do a target payload mapping. So we have do a target. What is this target payload mapping? This target payload mapping is saying that it should be mapped between this and this. What this one is the payload. This is the payload of action payload. This mapping should be mapped with our. This is another called event parameter, right? So event payload. So this one should be mapped with this one that it is saying through this payload. Okay, so this is pretty much standard. You can copy paste or you can use that in your script. So here you can see that if it is twice or two, you can just put comma, and then you can just repeat the same thing with that multiple if you have multiple parameter. Okay, now let's refresh our workspace and see that if we click resolve button, this pop-up is opening or not. So we'll go here and click resolve button, and you can see the pop-up is opening. So this pop-up is opening from this button, and this pop-up also opening from this button. So this is great. So both the cases, right now from the declarative action, we can actually making the pop-up. Now I want to move under this edit section. So let's do that. We'll go here and then click groups, and here we'll select that group's name call. And if we refresh right now our workspace, that button should be moved under this edit section. So if we select to button, and you can see that the resolve button is showing here. If we click resolve button, the pop-up is opening. So this is great. So in the next session we are going to do that. We are going to pass the data. So we want to pass this incident information, like whatever button is selected, to here, right? So that we are going to do our next session. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to pass some information to our declarative action, so that from the declarative action we can receive to our custom event. So if you see that we have created a declarative action, so that whenever you click that multiple options like multiple buttons and then click the resolve, the pop-up is opening, and this is great, right? Now whenever we'll click that resolve button, the system should know that which all or which
this incident should be take the action, for which this incident should be take the action, right? The first thing is that if you recall that our previous session, what we did actually, we have created a client state parameter called incident record. So this is the client state parameter called incident record, and this initial value is right now blank, right? So this initial value of this client state parameter is blank. You might be know that what is the client state parameter. So client state parameter is a simple page level variable we have discussed earlier also. So it's a page level variable where you can put some value to your these variables, right? So we have created a client state parameter. Inside the client state parameter called incident records, the initial value is right now blank. Okay, and this client state parameter actually we are printing our here in this pop-up. So in this pop-up, the second text box is that you can see the value. Now what we are doing that, so if you go back to our home page, sorry, in the body, we are actually doing what? Whenever this custom event is calling incident resolve pop-up, so this custom event is calling, these have a one parameter called incident IDs. So this is the one parameter. This parameter is what I am going to do, that I am going to copy this parameter value to our client state parameter. That's what I am going to do that. How can we do that? So what we'll do here, if you see that incident resolve pop-up, this is the event handling mapping, where actually the event definition is there. So here we are actually declared that event, and here we are saying that what we have to do. We are saying that opening this modal dialog, that's the one thing. Another things we are saying that we are going to do a call update client state parameter. Okay, which client state? Call incident record. From where this value should be come up, we'll click that binding, and then we'll go to this event payload, and we will be able to see these incident IDs. What is this incident IDs? Incident ID is nothing but that during this event handler we have defined one you can see the payload field called incident IDs, the parameter field that is visible here. So what we are saying that here under this event handler, we are going that, and we are saying that update client state parameter called incident records, and then value should be our event payload and incident record, this one, and then we'll simply apply that. So what will be happen if we click add? So right now we have two definition. One, whenever you call this incident resolve pop-up, the pop-up should our dialog modal should be open, and then update our client state parameter. And what should be the client state parameter? Whatever we will receive in our event, that will be our client state parameter. Once we receive that client state parameter, that we are going to display our in this stylized text here. So we will know that which all incident we are going to take a action. We'll simply save that. So in our UI builder level, we have changes that. Now if you go to this declarative action, under this declarative action, as I told that action field map, and in this action field maps, one is the field called sysid. This sysid is nothing but that store what all we are selecting. I have shown you earlier, like whenever you are selecting that, and then if you add this here in this edit or somewhere, you will be able to find out using this sysid variable that we are going to call whenever we are going to call the event. Okay, so here we are calling that, we actually map that this one, right? So what we are going to do that under this, we have a one thing called advanced view. We have to click this advanced view. Under this, once you click this advanced view, you will be able to see that three tabs are available. The first tab is called action attributes. So in this action attribute, you can see that one payload map here, it have called incident IDs. From where this is coming, this incident ID is coming when you define that specify client action or action payload. You define that called payload called incident IDs, that is coming. So we are saying that incident ID, what should be the value? We are saying that the value should be our sysid. Okay, how can we pass that sysids? So we can just put put a high, so that will be passed, but we need to pass the sysid. To pass the sysid, we'll paste that, and remember that we have to put double braces, so we'll do the double braces. So what will be happen in this payload incident IDs, we are passing the sysids, and that sysids through this event mapping will come to this editor. Under this editor, we have a here called body, and in this body we have a event mapping. There we'll receive that. Okay, and once we receive that in this incident IDs, we'll update our client state parameter, and then once the client state parameter will be we will update that, we will be able to show under this pop-up here. Okay, so let's update this one and see magic. Okay, somehow this group by is removed. That's okay. So if we go and refresh our workspace again, and let's say we are selecting 2 incident, so we have selected 2 incident, and as the group by is removed, you can see it's moved to outside. And if we click the resolve button, what will be happen? Once we click the resolve button, these 2 CCID will be passed in our here called incident IDs, and that will receive in our event, and then it will update our client state parameter. So let's see, we click the resolve button. So somehow this the CCID are not populating. Let's see why. So if I open that, we are passing that CCID, so we'll open that mapping here. So this is the mapping here. Okay, so the thing is that I can see that one thing we have missed here, that is called, if we put that called type, we should put the type, and then what should be the type? Type should be called map container. So we'll put the map underscore container. Okay, so this should be our type that we have not defined here. So let's save that, and if we refresh here again and select resolve and on hold and click the resolve, you can see that both the CCID we are receiving. So we are receiving the CCID, we are updating our client state. What is the next step? The next step is that whenever we will select this and then put some notes and click resolve, we should dissolve our pop-up, and then we should update our we call that record, right? So let's do that. For that, what we'll do, we'll go here under this data resources. We are going to create a new data resources and select update record. So this data resource, we are going to select that, and we'll click add. What will be happen? A data resource will be came up. Now once this data or this system got updated, once this maybe for example this incident got resolved, we need to be dissolve this pop-up. So that for that reason, we'll go to this event, and then we are going to add one event mapping called if success. What we are going to do, that we are going to open or close dialog model. This one we want to turn off this dialog model of the resolve dialog model. So we want, whenever the data is going to be successfully updated, we want to dissolve this pop-up. So that's the one thing. And then this update action needs to be called from where? This update action needs to be called from our button. So whenever this button will be clicked, resolve button will be clicked, we should call this update record data resources, right? So we'll go back to here, call buttons here. Under this button, you can see that we have a button click options here. We'll add event handler, and what we want to do, that we want to call our update record. Okay, so we'll go here and then select the execute operation. Which table we want to update? We want to update that incident table. So we'll select the incident table. Okay, now which record we want to update? We want to update the record. We'll select dynamically call client state and incident records. That record we want to update. And what value we want to update? The value we want to update, first thing called state. So we'll select the state is resolve. So state is, we'll select that resolve. Okay, and then we want to update resolution code and resolution node. So we'll say that resolution code, and then from where we will get the resolution node, we should dynamically bind the resolution node. But you can see that we cannot directly map anywhere from the, we cannot get resolution code and resolution node directly from here. So we'll do that just a bit, and we want to set resolution node. So the resolution code and resolution nodes we want to set, but these two cannot we cannot get, because these are the input field we have created. One is the drop down field, another is the text area field. We had to do something so that we can fetch this information. So at the moment I leave that as a blank and then apply that. So let's understand what we are doing that. So whenever this button will be a called resolve button, we are going to call our update record, and once we successfully update, we are going to dissolve this button, or we are going to dissolve this pop-up. And then we all, during that updation part, we need to pass this close code and close node.
So these two are input. So we need to do something so that we can pass this information. To do that, we'll go and then in the client state parameter, we are going to create two more client state parameter. One we call, say that close. Okay, so two client state parameter I have created. One is called close code, another is a close node. Now these two client state parameter initial value is empty, but whenever you selected the drop down or whenever you put some value, this client state parameter should be updated. Okay, so let's first update that close node, the text area. From the text area we are actually putting the close node. So we'll go here and then click add event mapping for text area. And if you see the one of the event mapping called text area value set, whenever the text area value will be set, we want to do something. What do you want to do that? We want to update client state parameter. What client state parameter we want to update? We want to update the close node. And what should be the new value? The new value should be come up from this dynamically. We can go to these events and then we can select the value. So this is how we can actually populate from the text area. So whenever you put something, whenever I put hello, hi, whatever, and then select other field, what will be happen? This value will be copied and update our client state parameter, or we can say the page variable. Similarly, I had to do for drop down. So we'll go to the drop down, we'll click add drop down, and then here you have a drop down selected item set. So whenever you select anything, we are going to update our client state parameter. We'll select that what item we want to update. We want to update the close code. And what should be the value? It should be the dynamic value. And from where it should go to the event payload, and you can see that we have a value that we want to set that. So we'll add that. Okay, so these two we have added right now. So that's it. So we have set two value. Now what we have to do, these two client state parameter will be updated, and then whenever we will call this button, right? So this is from the button we are actually updating that, right? So here we need to map this client state parameter. So we'll go here and then click here. The bottom one is close node. Close node will be mapped with our client state parameter called close node. And then this one, close code, will be mapped with our client state called close code. Double click and apply. Okay, so these two are done. So what will be happen? The pop-up will be dissolved, that record will be updated, but we need to refresh whole data set. We need to refresh this one so that we can see the data again in a proper way. So for that, what we have to do, we have to go back to our so this is the list control. You can see using the list control we are actually doing or we are getting the data. So this is the list control, from there we are getting the data. So we need to refresh this list control data source. We'll go here, go to the event source, and then we'll add one more handler called we'll go here and then list control. Here we need to refresh this list control. Let's see if we have any option called refresh. So you can see that under this list control, data refresh request is there. We'll just add and done. So we have done a lot of things here. We'll just save all these changes right now, and let's clear our cache. So we'll go here, because if you did lot of stuffs, it's recommended sometime you clear your cache. So we'll clear our cache, and then I'll clear my system cache also. And right now you can see that 1001, this incident is in new state. So if I go here, you can see this is the new state incident right now. The resolution code and resolution nodes are empty right now. So what I'm going to do, that I'm going to resolve this incident. So let's resolve this incident. So I just selected that 1001 incident and click resolve button. A pop-up opens. We'll select that duplicate. We'll say that demo, and then click resolve. You can see after clicking that, it got refreshed and that incident got resolved. If you open this incident in backend, you can see the state got updated with that resolved state, with that duplicate, and then demo with that value, with the admin user as a resolved by, and then resolved date. So this way you can create a pop-up and you can do as per your requirement. You can call the declarative action and do functional as per your requirement. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about the data management, or you can say the data resource. So what is the data resource and what is the data management? So if you see in my past video, we have created multiple data resources. One is called update record. We created partially called create record. Actually, if you click here plus sign, you will be able to see multiple data resources. So create record, lookup record, record watch, these all are data resource, or you can say the data management. Now in this data resource, we have multiple type of data resource. We have basically 5 type of data resource. One is called transform, scriptlets, composite, rest, GraphQL. What all this meaning? So if you go and select any of this data resource called create record, you can see that right side that showing that GraphQL. It means that what type of data resource that is denoting here. So if I scroll down a little bit and if I click here, you can see the transform. And if I click here and select other, it's showing the transform. So data resource are basically multiple type of data resource we have. So 5 type of data resource at that moment we have. Okay. So what are these meaning of these data resources? The very simple called GraphQL is basically used for create, update, delete all this operation. Then we have REST API, that REST API used for that REST operation. Then we have transform. Transform is used to do some scripting and do kind of operation. Then we have scriptlet and composite. So there are multiple types of data resources are there. You can go through this definition and then you can we can talk about that. But today I'll mainly focus on the transform data resources. So transform data resource is basically you can write your script, you can get some input and you can do some operation. Now why I want to create a transform data resources? If you see here, you already have lot of data resources, right? And if you click this create button here, which type of data resource you want to build custom, that is defined here. Okay, now question is that why we need to create our custom data resources, right? One of the simple example is there. If you see that we have created a drop down here, right? In this drop down we have manually added this list items. If I click here edit and go to this instead of form I go to this JSON, you can see I manually fill all this duplicate, all this value of close code. So I manually go and then grab all this close code, and basically I did not grab all this. I actually put 3 close code. So it is so I need to do something to manually fill that. Okay, now if I want to do automation, I want to bring or I want to get this data from my native UI, right? I can go to this sys choice list and then I can put that table name called incident and I can get that, right? So how we can fetch this information and put here instead of doing this manually, how we can do that? In that case, we need a data resources. Okay, and then as I mentioned that if you want to do some scripting, you need the data resource called transform data resources. So we are going to talk about today transform data resources. So first we are going to build a transform data resource, or you can say that custom data resources that will we will be able to fetch a specific table to get the details. Okay, so let's build that. So before we build anything, let's go back to this incident table, and in this incident table if you go to this resolution notes, you can see the close code and there are multiple close code, right? If you want to bring all this close code, for example, how we can bring that or from where we can bring that? So you can right click and then click show choice list. It will land to the sys choice list table, and from there you can specify the table name called incident, and then you will be able to find out that all these close code here called value and then label, you will get that all this close code, right? Now these things we are going to achieve, or we are going to write a code, and these things we are going to grab from the dynamically. Okay, so for that we are going to click this data resources plus sign, then we'll click here plus sign, and then which type of data resources we need. So as we are discussing about that we are going to write the some script, we'll go and then click transform. Once you click that, it will open a complete new native view. Here we need to define the name. So we'll say that now here the one of the important things called properties. Okay, what is this properties? For example, if you go to this UI builder and you can select any of this lookup record, for example, and you can see that configuration, it's saying that tables. So we need to pass the table name, we need to pass the record, and then we define that which all field we need returned, so that all are defined here, right? So in the property we can define that what things we are going to pass. Okay, to fetch any sys, or to fetch any choice list, what we have to do, we have to pass this element name, we have to pass this table name, and that will return us the value and label, right? So we need two parameter, one is called table, another is called element. So these two parameter we need to pass that, right? So for that, what we'll do, we need to define under this property. Okay, let's go back here in this documentation. I have actually created a JSON, sample JSON. It's not specific to for this drop down. So you can see that we can pass in an array. Inside the array, we can define a JSON. In the JSON, you can put the name, label, description. Is it read only? Is it, what is the field type? Is it mandatory? You can define that. Okay, so that things we are going to copy and then paste here in our properties. Okay, so now what is the name? So we'll say that table name. So we'll define that table underscore name. Okay, and then label, what should we want in the label? We'll say that table name. Description, if you want to put anything description, we are not putting anything description. Then read only, no. Field type, I'll put that string, mandatory yes, and then that's it. Default value none, or you can put that task or anything. So I'll just put none. Now second parameter, what we need, the secondly, we need that element, right? So we'll put that again, one of the thing called element, and then here the label, we'll put that let's say we'll put that element name. Okay, description, again we can put anything, so we can put that element name. Okay, and then again we will say that read only false, field type string, mandatory true, and then default is empty. So we need two input from the user, so we'll define that as a property. Now in the script we need to do something to get that. Okay, so we'll go here and then under the script I'll copy that and paste here. Okay, what do we need to fetch this choice list? We need to query to the sys underscore choice list table, right? So we'll do that here, called glide record, where gr, which table we are going to query? We are going to query to sys choice table. Okay, what all filter we are going to do that? We are putting the gr.add query. Then we need to define two field, one is called name, another is called element. So we need to pass two things, so we'll put that called name, and from where we can get the name is that called table name. So we'll comma, and then we'll put input. What is this input? Input is nothing but that we have defined called whatever parameter or whatever input we'll take from the user, we'll say the table name. Then we'll say that element, and what is the element? So we'll put that input dot, we'll put here called element. Then we'll do the gr dot order by. So what order we want? We want to do order in this sequence wise. So we'll order on the sequence. So we'll go and then put the sequence, and then we'll do gr dot query. Okay, so this way we are going to query that. Okay, and then we'll do a while loop, the gr dot next, and this will return what? This will return us a query record that we can query that. Okay, now what we are doing that? Now we need to grab this value and the label so that we can pass there. Okay, and before that, if you see that, we need to be so what we are expecting, this UI builder is expecting as a ID and label. So we need to pass that ID and label, right? So we'll do one thing, we'll define a call var JSON equal to curly braces JSON, and then here we'll put that JSON dot ID. Okay, and this ID will be what? This ID will be called gr dot get value So the ID will be will get from our value, and then label will get from the label. So we'll copy that and then put that value, and then we'll define that JSON dot label equal to gr dot get value, and then we'll put that label. So this way we actually define a JSON, and then we'll actually go and then define a called var response array. So we are going to define an array. We'll copy and then define an array, and that is we are going to push here. So we'll put that response dot push here. We'll push the JSON. Okay. So this way what we are going to do, that we are actually going to query to the sys choice table. We will take the input as a table name, we will take the input as an element, and then we'll order by the sequence. We'll do query, and then in this, while we are creating a JSON, in this JSON we'll ID as we will put the value, and then label we will put as a label, and then all this will push in a response object. Okay, so that's it. We'll save this our data resources. Once you save that, you can see that in the top it is showing that data broker server script, right? So this is the one thing. So you define that one thing called data resources. These data resources, another step you need to perform, that create a ACL. So you need to create a ACL to access these data resources. We'll go and then go to this ACL, and here, and before that I need to do a elevate role called security admin. Okay, now the type, what should be the type? The type should be we'll select the data broker. So this is for the data broker. We'll change that to execute, and then here we need to put that sysID of this data broker, or you can say that data resource. We'll right click, copy sysID, and then paste here. Now you can see it's a drop down. You have to click here in this down arrow, so the mood got changed, and you can paste this sysID. And here in this bottom, you need to define the role, for which role this data broker will be available. We can put at that moment called ITL. So our data broker or data resource created, the respective ACL is created. Now let's refresh here in our UI builder, and simply click this plus sign, or go this plus sign, and then here we will search called drop down list. So you can see that the drop down list is available. We have not put any description, so we'll select that, and here you can see that configuration, we need table name and element, so we'll click add, and here you can see that we need to pass two things. We need to pass the table name and then element ID. So we'll put the table name called incident, and then element ID is close quote. So we'll copy and then paste here, and once we click that, you can see that in the output initially it was blank. Now output got updated with the 10, and this 10 have one called ID and another called label. Okay, so we'll click got it. So what will be happen? This data resource is going to be called immediately. We added these data resources. Okay, now before we do anything, I just want to show that if you go to this demo at that moment and click this called incident and select anything and then click drop down, you can see I can only see the 3 because these 3 I have manually put that. Now as we are doing from querying from the backend and getting this will show the 10 drop down which is actually present to our incident table. So you can see under this incident we have lot of resolution code. All this resolution code will be now available if we update our data resource. So we'll go here, go to this drop down. Okay, and instead of this one manually, we'll dynamically bind right now. We'll dynamically bind from the data resource. We'll drop down list and then output item and then click apply. Okay, now it is binding dynamically. We'll save that. Let's select these two, click resolve and then click drop down, and you can see all this drop down value is right now populated. So all these drop down value are populated. because this time we actually query to the backend, we are gathering there and then updating there.
So you probably have been seen that the Viewport component if you work on UI Builder projects or in the Workspace projects. So Viewport is the important factor in most of the Workspace. We have been seeing that Viewport. So what is a Viewport? So Viewport is a component that can call a child page or that can help you to create a child page or page collection. So if you see in our UI Builder, these are the page we have created called home page, list item, record page, and inside the each pages we have multiple component. So in this page we can also create a sub page, and that sub page can be visible under our main page. So that thing we are going to discuss in our today's session. In a high level, what we are going to achieve in our upcoming sessions, you will be able to see that we are going to left side, we are going to create a category, and then whenever we'll select the category, based on the category we will show that all these items. So let's try to build this this way. So first I'll go by the simple steps, and then we'll go one by one complex scenario. So first I'll create a fresh new page called create new page, like a similar page, and this time I'll do that create from the scratch. This time I'll not select any parameter required. I'll click just and then variant will be default variable. We are going to create a simple page. So one of the page called category right now. So this is our category page. Now if you go back to this our workspace, you will be able to see that one more page called category page is created. Now in the left side, I want to add this category here. So what I'll do, I'll go to this workspace settings. And then here we'll add one more called category. We'll select that category page. We'll select any of this icon. So for the time being, I'll select and simply save that. So this page is created. Now what we'll do, and then under this we'll modify this page. So we'll go to this category page. Now simply I'll add component. Okay, so I'll click add component, and here I'll add the component. Now before we add that, if you see that I want to build similar type of component like left side category, right side department services, like right side I want to show the item. So then I'll select this component layout like this one. Okay, so this component layout is added 20-80%. Now here we'll add our actual component or contents will add here, and then what content I want to add, I want to add a view port. So this is the component we want to add. So we'll simply add our viewport component. Once you added that, you can see that it's showing that no page collection added yet. And if you click add, you will be able to see multiple page collection where you can create the page collection or you can add the page collection. We'll talk a little bit later about page collection, but at that moment, what we'll do, we'll say that replace with viewport. So if you see the top, we can add the page collection, and bottom we have options called replace with viewport. So we'll click here, and then we'll select that replace with view configuration. Once we did that, you can see instead of page collection, it is showing that sub page, or you can say that it's a child page. Now you can see that edit content here. So you can click that edit content, and then it is saying that if you want to do edit something, you can go and save and continue this edit part. So because this page is not yet saved, so you can say that save and edit content. And then it's showing the parent screen. What is the parent screen? The parent screen name called default. So this is the parent screen called default. And then under this, we have a this component, the viewport component will hold the child page. So before we create another page, I want to show you the one nice thing. So let's go back to the left navigation. And here, if you type called now experience, under this now experience, you will be able to see that one module called in the top called UX page definition, right? So let's open this UX page definition. So this UX page definition, what it contains all this page that you have been created. So if I go here and then if I search with the created right now,
you can see that 3 minutes ago a page has been created. And what is the page name? Called default page. Default page means that what page? So we have created a page here called default page right now. If I go back here, so this is our categories default page. So variant name is default. So if we simply update that, call categories default page. Okay, so instead of default, because everything is coming as a default, so instead of default page, we'll change that to category default and click to this editor mode. What will be happen? Our page name is called categories, and inside the variant name called categories default page. And then if we go to this page definition, you will be, if I refresh this right now, so you can see that our page name called updated called categories default page. So this is means that whenever you created a page from this UI builder, that from the back end, it's create a UX page definition. Like you can go to this call here UX page definition. From here you will be able to find out that page has been created. So let's open this one. In this page we have one layout, and that is divided by two parts, and then in this layout we have added one more component called viewport. So if I open here, so you can see that in this page it's have a name, and then it's have a page template type called page, and these other stuffs are there. So whatever component we have added here, all this component viewport component is also here. If I search call here call viewport, so you can see that viewport one element is added. So basically in the backend, whatever you do here in this front end through this graphical representation, all are stored under here under this in a JSON format. Go here and then again click this edit content. It's land actually a sub page, right? So it's create a sub page. So we'll say that here category content. So inside that we are going to add the content. So we'll say that categories content. So here we are saying that categories content, and then we'll click the continue. And this time we are going to add one more parameter. So we are going to create a child page. Inside the child page, we are going to put one more parameter. So we'll say that add optional parameter call. We'll say that ID at that moment, and click looks good. And then this is our default variable. So we'll say that category content default page, and then we'll simply create. So it means that we have created a child page. So we have actually categories default parent page, and inside that we have categories content child page. Now if I go back here under this micro component, and if I scroll down and click this child screen, because if you see that this our category content default is a child page, or you can say the sub page, right? Sub page of what? Sub page of category default page. So this is category default is a parent page. So category default is our parent page. Under that we have a child page called you can see that category content default is our child page. So this way you can see that you can relate that what's going on or how it is getting created. So we have created this way. Okay, so let's go back here. So this is our child page, and in this child page, whatever things we want to do, we can do that. So let's say if I open this child page here, content page, so we'll click here, and then we'll put the single content here, single column. And then first we'll add one stylized text for the example. Then configuration none, and then here we can say that. So this is our content page, and if I go back to our category page, so the category page is the parent page, so we can go back to our actual category page. Now you can see it's actually rendering from this child page. So if I click here, you can see that I am in this viewport content, and in this viewport I have one child content called category content default. You can see this is called category content default. This is our child page, and I can create multiple child page, and depending on which requirement I can do that. So basically this is our parent page called categories page, and in this category page we have a child page, I can create multiple child page actually. Okay, so that's okay. So let's now if I do that, or let's say if I save that, it won't actually render that. Let me show you that. So let's refresh here, and if I click here, you can see it's showing that no content available. So basically it doesn't render our child page. Although we create it, although it is showing right now, but it does not render that content item. So let's say I'm going to create one more content item. So let's say that I'm going to create one more content item called knowledge content item. So we'll say that. So we have category content item default and then knowledge content item. So 2 page we have. We go back here to the parent page. So this is our parent page called category default page, parent page. In this page, you can see that 2 pages are there. So these 2 pages are there. But these 2 page does not work until unless I do additional configuration. If I see that, if I refresh that, nothing is actually rendering. To render that, we had to call something so that which page I want to call from this parent page, because we have 2 page. I have to tell that which page I want to call. Okay. So let's say that I'm saying that when I when I load the first time, I want to render the category content default page. Okay. For that, what I'll do, I'll go to this body. Under this body, we have an event section, and here in the event, we can map actually. So we'll click that add event, and then one of the event name called page ready. So whenever the page is loaded, I want to do something. So I'll click that page ready. What I want to run, I want to run this, or I want to load this viewport component. So we'll click this viewport load, and then here actually I had to write some script. So I'll click OK, add. Okay, what I had to write, I had to write this call which page I want to go. So I'll click here, I'll save and continue. So I need this page ID basically. So we'll copy this called category content. So this page ID I needed. So I'll copy this and then go back to our default page and go to this event and then click here. So here we need to put the route. So where we want to route that. So we want to route, or we want to move that, or we want to load from this category content. And then here we need to put that viewport ID. So this is the source, or you can say that from which content I want to load. So that I had to put that viewport element ID also. Okay, so we have defined that. So you can see that we have defined that viewport _1 and then category content I want to redirect. Let's save and see this is working or not. So we have created this and then we have mapped there. Let's refresh our page here. And you can see it's actually rendering that our content page. So this way you can actually render this view content, and now you can define that on which situation, which viewport will be rendered, that also you can define. So meanwhile, we have created 2 pages and then we are saying that I want to run this first page through that viewport load script. So let's understand in a high level what we have done. We have created a complete new page called categories page. Under this category page, we have added 2 layout, like 20-80% layout. In this layout, we added called viewport content. In this viewport, we actually created 2 child pages. One is called category content default page, another called knowledge content item. And although we have seen that after adding this viewport, or after creating this child page also, this is not rendering. To render that, we need to call, or we need to load through the script. We need to load one of the event called load UX viewport. Using that, we go to this body, and whenever the page is loaded, we are saying that we need to do something. What do we need to do? We need to call this call viewport load request, and using that, we are saying that this has to be loaded. Once we have defined there, it's successfully loaded. So this way we actually able to load our viewport. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know.
In our last video, we have discussed about how you can create the viewports, and using the viewport, how you can create the subpages, and you can create the multiple subpages depending on your requirement. So today we are talking about the designing part. So this is my portal page, and we are trying to build similar kind of component like that. So left side we are going to build all these
categories, and then whenever you will select any of this category, related catalog item should be displayed at that right side. So that's what our goal is. So let's try to build that. So this is our actual pages, the category pages. First we'll try to put a header called category. So we'll copy this one, and then left side I'm going to add one more call as regular I used call stylized text. So I'll use that, and then I'll select the configuration is none, and then put that category. So this is our first component. Then after that I want to add multiple categories. So these are the category I want to add. How we can get this category? To get simply category, you have to go to this sc_catalog table. So this is the catalog table where all this catalog are there, and then if you go to this service catalog specifically, you will be able to see that all this category 39 category are there. And then let's say that if I tell that the parent is empty, so you'll around 14 is category is there, and then if we show match as active true, we'll see around 12 category are there. So we want to show this 12 category into the left side, and once we click this 12 category one by one, their related content items should be visible to the right side. So that's our goal is that. So let's see how we can get these 12 categories. Simply we'll do a data resources and then do a lookup. So we'll click here data resources, then look up multiple records, then click add. The table should be it should be immediate. The table should be sc_category. So we'll put that sc_category, and then we will put some filter. So what should be the filter? The filter should be sc catalog equal to our service catalog, parent is empty, and then active equal to true. So let's put that. So this way it should give me around 12 data. So let's see, previously it was 57, now you can see that result count is showing 12. So that is correct. So 12 we are expecting. So we'll just click that, got it, and then I will close that. So this way we'll get that 12 data. Then after that we are going to add one more component. So I'll add one more component called add after, and then I will add the repeater here so that we can repeat and then show that data. So we'll select the repeater, and then in the repeater context we'll select none, and then from where this repeater should be work, the repeater should be works from these data resources. 12 data we have, so this 12 data should be applied to this repeater. We'll click apply. So what will be happen, the 12 repeater will be works, and then inside the repeater for the time being I'm not going to do some styling. So I'll say that the button, I'll show the button. So we'll add this button component, and then the configuration is none. All right, then what should be the label? This label should be come from each repeater, because repeater will do like a kind of for loop. So we'll get this data from repeater. So we'll select that. As you can see, if we select the repeater, it's showing the value and then title and then display. It's showing me at all these values. So we'll click OK and then save that. So we have changes a little bit. Let's see it is working or not. So if we go back here, then click that our demo workspace, and then click this category page. So left side all these categories should be visible. You can see these all category are showing, but they are not in a single line. So let's do that. To do single line, we'll add so this way you can see sometime you can see the two buttons are placed in a single row. We don't want to. We want to each row should have one button. So let's see. So as you can see, each row have some one button. So these all are working perfectly fine. Now it could be better or it could be nice if we don't add these buttons. Those things we'll do the later, but you can see all these our category are visible right now. Now whenever we click this category, related content items should be visible, right? So let's do that. So this
stuffs is done. So we need to be work on that viewport. So we'll go to this viewport and then we'll open this page. So let's open this page, sub page. So now we can see that under this sub page we have two pages, and then category content page is the page where all this content is supposed to be visible. So let's do that. So this page have a one ID. You can see this is the ID. This is expecting this is the category ID. So if we go back here, call SC category, yeah, so this is SC category. Let's say that if I selected one of this category called office, so office related all this catalog items should be visible. So you can see under this office we have 6 catalog item. These 6 catalog items should be visible. So this is the office sysID. So right click, copy sysID, and then we will put this office sysID. And then once we put this office sysID, office related catalog item should be visible, right? So for that, what we have to do, you can see that in the left side we have any inherited data resource. Inherited data resource is nothing but the parent page data resources. Like this is the category page we have done. You can see SC category, and this is a read only because we are inheriting that. And this is the local data resources. Local data resources means that this is sub page data resources. So how we'll get this catalog item? So we have to query to the SC cat item table with this category sysID. Once we get that, we'll get this catalog item details, right? So let's do that. So we'll go back here, then we'll click that add under this local data source resources. We'll click here, then we'll select the lookup multiple records, click add, then the table name should be SC underscore cat underscore item. So this is the catalog item we are looking for. So we'll select that. Then we should put some condition. What should be the condition? The condition should be call active is true, and then you can see that category should be this one. So we'll put that category. Now this should be dynamic. We cannot directly fetch or set that. So how we'll get the dynamically? We'll get we are getting as a parameter, so that should be under page parameters. So we'll click here dynamic binding, and then we have a page properties. Under the properties you can see properties, properties, and then here the ID. This is the ID of the category, or you can say the page parameter ID. We'll select, double click, and then apply that, and then click apply. Now previously this was 245. Now you can see that it have around 5 catalog item. Within the 5, 1 is the active false. So within the 6, 1 is the active false. So total 5 catalog item is there. That 5 catalog item is actually representing. Now in the return field we can put that call name. We can select the name. Okay, so these 4 fields needed. If you click that, expand any of this result, you can see description, name, short description, all these are presenting right now. So we'll close this. Now we have to represent here, right? To represent that, what we'll do, we'll add a component called repeater as usual to repeat whole thing as a for loop, configure none, and then will dynamically binding to these data resources, lookup multiple to result 5. We'll click OK. So this will apply, or this will run 5 times, and then inside that we will add container. So we will say that cart container. So we'll add that. We'll select none. You can see 5 container are actually added. Inside that we will add cart base header. So this is we have discussed what is the cart base header, what is the cart base container. We added that. Now here we can do something. So let's say that configure wireless security. So this is coming from And here what we'll do, we'll print our short description. So let's put that repeater value, we'll put the name display value. So this will be represent all the catalog item name. We can put the description, but description could have the HTML, so we'll put something called HTML something. So let's see, rich text we'll put there here, and then inside that rich text what we'll do, we'll change to dynamically should come from repeater value description and then display value. This should become, and you can see I can change to here to show this description nicely, and that's it. I don't want to put much details here, and in this 4000 series router that I want to delete. So what I will do here, I will go to this card based container header and then edit, delete this one. Okay, and this one we could have changed style, but that's it. I'm not changing anything. So we are showing the short description and description. Let's see if we go here under this category and refresh there. Let's see this. So you can see that it's showing the category short description, little bit hazy, but it's showing actually whatever we are looking for. So it's showing the item description and catalog item. So what is the next step? The next step is that whenever we'll click any of this button, it should update, and what has to be done, it should call this page our category page with the parameter, and then that should reflect our all these catalog item. So how can we do that? The first thing is that whenever this button will be clicked, we should grab the sysID of this category. So we should call, or we should click this button. Let's say I'm clicking this button, we should grab this sysID, right? So let's do that. How can we do that? We'll go to this our actual page, and in this button we'll click here. In this button we are going to click this event, and then under this event, under this button click, so whenever the button will be clicked, what do you want to do that? We want to call this UXF micro component view load request, and then here you can see that we have a parameter called API and event. So let's put and then we'll put that event as a parameter and see what we are receiving as a event. So let's add and then save that. So we just add it. Let's refresh that our clear all this console. Now if I click that software, you can see if I click any of this software peripheral, you can see that it's printing into the console. And if I expand that, so how we can get the sysID? We should do that context, then we should go to this item. Inside the item we have a value, under that value we have a sysID. Okay, so we have a context, item, value, then sysID. So this, so we can get the sysID of this particular category. So whatever button will be clicked, we'll get that sysID. In case if you are not able to find out the sysID or something, what you can do, we can simply go to this data lookup here, and then here make sure you added the sysID field here. So whatever field we have added, like title, sysID, those are, you can see, are coming under the value. So make sure that you added the sysID field here. Alright, so that's it. You added that sysID and you are able to fetch the sysID. So what we have to do, we have to go to context, item, value, and then from there we have to go to sysID.value. So I have noted down into my notepad. So you can see this is my notepad. Context, item, value, sysID.value. This way I can get the sysID of this button or category sysID. Alright, so let's do that. So what we have to do here, we have to go to this editor mode here, and then in this micro component we have to update that, but you cannot update that. What you have to do, you have to simply delete that, and then we have to click add event handler. Then we'll go to this UXF, and then here we need to write something. So this is the Viewport element ID.
So viewport element ID is the viewport ID. So how you will get that? You can go to this viewport, and then here you will get that viewport underscore 1, that is the ID that we need to be add here. So we'll go again here. What is the ID? ID is called viewport underscore 1, that is the ID. And then which page we want to route? We want to route to this category underscore content page. So we'll get that as a route page. Now we have two fields. One is the fields, another is the parameter. What is the fields and what is the parameter? Fields is that field that is mandatory in your sub page or pages. Parameter is that component that is your optional parameter, or you can say that optional parameter in your page or sub page. So in our case, ID is optional, so we are going to put under the PRM or parameter. What is the key? Key is the ID. And what is the value? To get the value, we need to use the context.item.value.sysID.value. So these things we need to do that. So we'll paste here. So this way we'll pass this context. Now before context, we have to use the event.context. So we'll use that event.context. event.context.item.value.sysID.value. So this way we will get that the value of the sysID. We'll simply click add and then save that. Let's see, is it working or not? So I have just saved that, right? And then if we click here and then refresh our page, and if I click any of these, you can see it's not actually working, right? You can see it's not working. Why? Because we are initially we are passing a sysID, but whenever we are clicking here, we are calling the same page again and again. Multiple times we are calling the same page again and again, right? Because we are calling the same page. For that, there are small changes we need to be do. What we have to do? We have to open this sub page here. Open this category default page. So if you see that we have a local data resource. Under this local data resource, we have a lookup multiple records. So this is calling whenever the page is loaded. So it's immediately whenever the page is loaded. So what is happening? If I click any of these, this local data resource are not get refreshed because this page is already loaded. So if I click here, those pages are already loaded. System does not know that you are calling or you are using the page first time. So I need to say that I need to tell this data lookup that whenever somebody click this button, it needs to be refreshed, right? How can I tell that? The steps is very simple. You have to go to this body section and go to this event and click add event mapping, and you can see that we have a page ready method. Whenever the page is ready, another method called page property changes. So whenever the page property changes, what is this? This is the page property. So this property is getting changed. We want to do something. So we'll click this page property changes. What we want to do? We want to refresh these lookup multiple records. So we'll select that lookup multiple record 2 got refresh. We'll click add, and then we want to run this loader. So we'll go here, set loading state to true. So it will be click that loading, and then whenever this lookup multiple record is completed, so we'll click here. When that data fetch is success, I want to turn off this loader. So we'll go here and then set loading state turned off. Click add. That's it. So what we are doing that whenever the page property changes, we'll set loading state, and then whenever the data, and then we'll refresh this data lookup, and whenever this one is completed, the loading will be ended. Let's save, and before that we'll clear this cache. So we'll clear UI builder cache, and let's refresh their screen. If we click that business application, you can see it's got refresh and showing that. If we click the software, you can see it's refresh and showing that software related. And if we click hardware, hardware related is working. Okay, so you can see it's working perfectly fine, depending on our requirement, whatever we are looking for. So this way you can call this page multiple time, do whatever is your requirement. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone. In this video, we are going to talk about that page variant. So what is the page variant and why do we need the page variant? So if you see that this is my demo workspace. In this demo workspace, we are working so hard for a few days. And each demo workspace we have a one page variant. So if you see, this is the home page. Inside that we have a default. This is the categories. We have a categories default list. That is the default list page. So each if you see that each page have a one URL called categories list, like that, right? So inside that page we can create the variant. So for example, we are talking about that category. So category is a one page called category have a one variant called category default page. And in this category page, we have a URL called /category. So when you go to this workspace, you click there and then click to this workspace. And then if you click this left navigation or left side, you actually land, or your URL actually updated to the /categories, and that page runs your default page. Now, this page variant works in a based on order, and it works based on your condition and then audiences. Okay, so let's say that this page have a lot of information, for example categories, and then a lot of content item are there. So this is very maybe related information that only supposed to see the admin user, not the other user. So if this somebody click the admin user click this one, it should render this way, or somebody non-admin user if click there, this should be rendered in a different way. Okay, in that case we can use this page variant. So let's see how page variant we can create that. So what you can do, simply you can go to any of this URL or any of these pages. For example, I'm going to this category page. So I'll click these settings here. You can see in the top we are showing that category. Inside that we have a general section, and inside that you have a categories default page. And this is what we are saying, that this page is only available for admin user. So we can just update this name called admin user. So category admin. Okay, so we have updated this name. Now what we are saying, that if the admin user is come here, they only should be able to see. Where we can define under this audience section. You have an audience section, you can define here, this should be only visible for admin. You can simply click this edit all audiences. Before that it needs just save, so we'll save that. Here you can add the audiences. Let's say that I'm looking for something called admin. Okay, and you can simply add there. Now from where these audiences are coming, or if you want to create your own audience, how you can do that? You can simply go to this left navigation and search for now experience. Under this now experience building block, there is an audience section is available. Here you can create your own audiences. Audience is nothing but similar to like user criteria. So we are just calling this audience. In this we are setting the role, for which audience it is. For example, ITL role, we can say that catalog task, we can call that audience called catalog task. Okay, so once we select this audience and then click that save, this page is defined for this audience. You can see this page got updated with this audience for admin. Now this is we have updated, or we can say that we have defined for admin user, right? Let me save that. Okay, now if non-admin user click this one like this one, where should we navigate? We'll definitely redirect them to the category page, but they will see the different pages. How? Let me show you that. So you can simply go back to this general page, general section again, and then you can create a different variant. So you can simply click the create variant, and then here it's showing the category admin. Inside that you can create another variant. So you click add, and we can click that create from the scratch, and here we can say that non-admin. We can put anything. Now here we can just click create. Now if you see that, notice that we have a one more field. If you see that each page have one more important field called order. What is the order? Order means that on which order this variant will be checked. Like it's a if block, if else, both the order is 0. That can create a problem. So what we'll do, for this admin page, we will put that order 0, and then for non-admin we put that 10 and simply save that. So what will be happen? First, this category default page will be rendered, or category admin page will be rendered, and if the user is admin, this page will be visible to them. If it is a non-admin, this page, non-admin page, will be very visible. Now inside the category defaults, what we have? We have this viewport, we have this button, so you can simply go to this editor and can see that. So this is all this we have created called buttons, repeater, stylized text we have created earlier. So this is the category admin page. And we have also non-admin page. So let's go back to the non-admin page. Inside the non-admin page right now nothing is there, so we just need to be update the non-admin page. So we'll go to this non-admin page here, and we'll add some component here for non-admin. So we'll click there called plus sign. Alright, so if you see here, we have right now in this, if we go back here, so we have, you can see right now, category admin page, which we have audience set as admin and the order is 0. And this is the non-admin page, that order is 10 and there is no audiences. So what will be happen is, whenever the system will try to load the category page, first it will check based on the audiences with that 0 order. If it is matches with the admin, then it will run this one, else it is not matches, then we will render for the non-admin. So let's try that one. So what we'll do, we'll go back here, first impersonate able tutor. Able tutor have a non-admin user. And if you see that I'm loading actually category page, you go back here and go to this category page, you can see that it's loading the non-admin page. Now if I go and impersonate that and impersonate and watch as a admin, let's see how it looks like that. So this is the admin page. If we go back to our demo workspace and click here, you can see these admin page are rendering. So it is working as a audiences. Now there is a one more thing we have called condition. You can also apply the condition. Hello everyone, in this video we are going to talk about that page variant with the help of condition. In our previous video we talked about that page variant, so we talk about the category page. Here we created a second variant called non-admin, and based on the audiences we are redirecting them to the different variant. Now today we are talking about the condition. Based on condition, how we can redirect them to a different variant. So to talk about that one, we will talk about that sub pages, or we will talk about that viewport, because this is the same condition you can apply for your normal pages, or you can use your sub pages. So somebody in my YouTube comment that how they want to know that how the condition can be applied onto their sub pages. So I'm going to build based on the sub pages. So here if you see that we are talking about that categories admin pages. In this category admin pages we have a one basically sub page. So we have a viewport. Under this viewport we have a sub page. So if I go back here under this viewport, so we have two sub pages, and mainly we are working on this category content default, that is sub page, that we are mainly working on that. So now we want to create another variant here. So this is the main variant. Inside that we want to create another variant, and based on certain condition we want to redirect. So this is going to be exactly same happens to your normal page, but I want to create the condition based on these sub pages, but you can apply on your main pages also. So let's talk about that. So what we are talking about that, based on condition or based on certain condition, we want to redirect them to which page they want to. So this is the category content item page. Here I am going to create another sub pages so that they can redirect to the different pages. What should be the condition? Let's first decide there. So this category content page, if you see that this content page actually hold you all these content item like office. You can see when you click that software or peripherals, based on your condition or based on your category or peripheral, this content item actually render, right? So based on your whatever input you are passing, so this is the sub page. In this sub page we are passing some category CID. Based on the category CID, it is rendering this content item. Now based on certain condition, we don't want to go to the default, we want to redirect them to different pages or different you could say that different variant. How can I do that, right? To do that, I have created a field called type. Basically in this type we have two fields, one is the item, another is the other. So if the item if the category have a item, then we are going to redirect them to one page. If the category value have other, we are going to redirect them to a different pages. So we are going to pass that item or other based on this type, or based on this we are going to redirect them to a different page. So if I want to create a variant page, and based on condition if I want to redirect them to a different variant, what I have to do, I have to understand one thing. What is the thing? I have to create, or I had to have one mandatory parameter. Based on the mandatory parameter, I can only redirect them to different page. So if you see that this category page does not have any mandatory parameter or any required parameter. Okay, so if the page doesn't have any required parameter, we cannot redirect them to condition based on the condition. So we had to have some condition, a mandatory condition, or you can say the required condition. Based on the required condition, we can redirect them to variant condition page, or we can choose the variant. Okay, so let's say I'm going to create a required parameter called type. So let's say I'm going to create a required parameter called type. Okay, and based on the type, we are saying that they will go to the different pages. Okay, so right now I have two variant. One is the default variant, right? So let me first save that required parameter. So we have right now required parameter is type. You can see what will be the new URL. New URL will be now demo category content, then it will be a type. Either it should be a item, or it should be a other. So depending on item or other, we will select this page variant. It should be go to that item page or other page, and then we will pass the ID. That ID is actually our optional parameter called category, and based on that we'll fetch that. So let me save this one. Let's first save that. So this has been saved. Now here we are going to define that page variant condition. So if you go to these condition sections, and if you scroll down a little bit, if you see the condition can only include required parameter. So whatever is your required parameter, that can be only applied to your condition parameter. Now one is the thing, if you see that the type, from where this type is coming actually from this required parameter we have created just before. So we have created a one parameter called type, and that could be anything, like it's a string. So I'm thinking that I'm going to pass that either a item or other, so that I can put here in the condition, and based on the condition I can redirect them to a different pages. So let's say that I'll put called type equal to, if it is type equal to item, then I will redirect them to this category content page, or you can say that category content, instead of default I would say that item. So if that the value or parameter value, required parameter value type equal to item, then I will redirect them to category content item variant page. Let's save that. So now if you see that I have put the so make sure that you don't put the double equal to, it should be type equal to item. So category content item, this page will be run if the type equal to or type equal to item. Next we can create another variant. So let's say I'm going to create another variant. So I'll quickly create another variant from the scratch. The condition directly, we can put the type equal to other. Okay, or we can put the type not equal to item, anything. So we'll put that and then simply click the create. So you can see that we have two right now variant. One is the type equal to item, and then this one is type equal to other. In this editor I can just put one simple things and try that.
Now, if you see that it's not rendering the thing. Why? Because it have a required parameter. We have a required parameter called type, and until unless we put that required parameter, it won't load. So let's say I'm putting call. You can see other details is rendering. Now let's go back to the settings. Before that, we can simply save that, and then let's go back to the settings. So right now we have two variant. One is our we could say that content item. Another is the default other, and then this is our URL. We can simply copy this one and try to see that it's working or not first. So in top URL, I just put that instead of this place here type, I just hard coded other and it rendered the other. Let's say if I put item and see what happens and say such that you can see the content details are rendering. So basically, depending on our URL or depending on our condition, it's working. Now we had to change little bit because this sub page are calling from our viewport and from the buttons. So from there we need to pass this parameter. So let's put that. So we'll go back here to our actual page. The first thing is that this lookup records, this is fetching to that SC category table, and with the condition we need to put call one more we need to get a return of the type field. So we'll get this type field and click OK. So now u_type field will return. If you see that if we open anything, we are receiving type as an item, and some cases we'll get that type equal to other. So we are started getting that, and this is our button. So whenever the button let's go back to and change to the page load. So this is our page load. Whenever the page load is working, so this is our page load is working. Here we are not neither passing any optional parameter and not passing any required parameter, but as this have a required parameter, system will throw an error. So we'll copy these things, delete that, and then go and then call again this one, and then paste the whole code, and this time we are going to pass type. So we'll pass the type equal to initially call item. Okay, so this is hard coded whenever the page is loaded. Okay, so we are saying that whenever the page will be loaded, we are going to pass that type equal to item. Okay, and then what we are saying that in this button or whenever the button will be clicked, we are also calling this viewport this content. So we'll copy this code again, delete this, and then add this event handler, and this time what we are going to do that we are going to pass this to here item.value.csid.value. So here we will pass that in a parameter, we will pass that called item, and what should be the value of item, or from where we'll get that, we'll get event.context.item.value dot u_type.value. From there we'll get that. We'll copy this whole thing and paste here, and this time we will just put u_type instead of sysid, because that the field name is called u_type. From there we'll get that. We'll just do that, and required parameter will be go to under fields, and then optional parameter is will go to under params. Let's add this one, let's save that, and let's see it what it is working. And if we go to this category page, you can see by default it is working or opening to our content item page, because this office type is item. So if you select that office type is, so if we click here, actually it did not refresh any of this list. Why? Let's see. If we go back to here our main screen, let's see what condition we have put. So if we see that condition of this page, we have applied condition here, right? So let's go to the settings, and if you see that the condition we have applied call item and then other, they are in small letter, but in our actually in that list we have a capital letter. So let me go back here to our SC_category, Here, if you see that this item, these all are in actually capital letter. So I is in capital and O is in capital. So it's a case sensitive. So we had to deal with that. So let's do that. So we'll just go to these any of this record and update the choice. Go and then show choice list. These value are in capital letter. We'll update that. So if you select business peripheral or business application or peripheral, it will go to the other page, and if you select that office or software, it should go to the item page. And also if you see that here under this field section, this is the required parameter key. So we are actually passing as a item. No, this should not be item. This should be our actually called type. So we'll go and paste our code again, and then instead of item, we'll type call type, and let's add, let's save. Alright, so if we click office, you can see office are working, software is working. Now if you go to this peripheral, other details page are calling because of this our page condition. So depending on the condition, we can actually put some input, and then we can do that. Also, one thing I just want to show before we end there. So if you go to these edit conditions and go and open these settings, okay, and then here go to this any of this category content item, there is a scripted screen condition. You can also do some scripting under this section to do advanced condition. So we have done that variant condition, we have put small parameter condition, but if you want to do more condition or more scripting, you can do under the scripted screen section. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about that service portal versus UI builder. In which situation you should use the service portal, or why do we need the service portal in ServiceNow, and why do we need the UI builder. Both are actually used for front-end development, like you can add the UI component, you can design that. But what is the difference between service portal versus UI builder? So in a high level, if I talk about that, why ServiceNow is gradually moving from service portal to the UI builder is that actually ServiceNow is gradually moving from service portal to the UI builder, not completely right now, but they are actually trying to move from the service portal to the UI builder. Maybe in future they will move that. So what is the difference between service portal versus UI builder? So basically service portal built under Angular JS. So Angular JS is the version. So it's not like Angular 2, 3, 4, 5. It's Angular JS. Service portal built under Angular JS, and which is deprecated by Google already. So now the problem is that there is no future version for the Angular JS, and there might be a bug or difficult in future that will not be sustained very much on that ServiceNow. In that case, ServiceNow want to move service portal to the UI builder, but not now 100%, but they are trying to gradually move. So let's understand that what is the difference. If you see in this definition, it's saying that use service portal when building self-service portal, user portal for customer or employee. So if you are building something such interface for end user employees, like ESC portal or maybe any kind of portal, in that case we use the service portal. And UI builder is used for the workspace agent or the fulfiller. So it means that whoever have that basic knowledge about ServiceNow, like they know the ServiceNow basics, are like the agents, like the whoever is going to be complete the task, or the internal user, internal team, for them the agent workspace is used. So let's understand in a tabular format the difference one by one. The purpose is create service portal purpose is create user friendly portal. So here you can add the buttons, you can do user friendly, but UI builder is used for workspace only, as I said. And as I said, the technology, service portal use the Angular JS, and then UI builder is used now experience UI framework, like it's already have some component you can drag and drop. If you want to build custom component, in that case you can use the Node.js. Using the Node.js you can actually use that custom component, but it's more complex whenever you are trying to modify. The customization, I am coming to that part. Customization, if you want to customize something in the service portal, you should have basic widget knowledge, AngularJS, HTML, CSS and JavaScript. That's it. But if you're talking about the UI builder, you can only drag and drop predefined component like buttons, circle buttons, or any type of repeater. You can just drag and drop. Now, if you want to do more customization, then you need to have the deep knowledge on about Node.js. There are a lot of setups required to do that for the UI builder. Use case. The use case is that, as I said, the self-service portal, ESC portal, knowledge portal, catalog item. Basically, who don't have much knowledge about the service now, they can use for the service portal. The UI builder is for the agent, for the workspace. The person who have knowledge about that service now, they can go and use that UI builder. Extensibility, can add custom widgets and script. Here you have to use pre-built component and allow custom component. So allow custom component, this part, custom component creation is a very complex process into the UI builder. You can only use the predefined something. It's a very easy, you don't need to write any code. But if you want to build or do customization, custom component, there are a lot of steps required, complex process, and you have depth knowledge about Node.js and other stuffs. Then mobile supportability, it's a responsive design, so you can your portal can be rendered in a mobile. At that moment, that UI builder is not that much flexible for responsive, but it start gradually moving that area. Performance wise, if you build custom complex widgets from yourself, it will be more complex and it will be slow. UI builder, it will be much faster because it's have already predefined everything, so you can just drag and drop. Custom component, you probably create very less custom component, so it will be more faster. Recommendation, as I said, for any user or for the ITSM person, for the workspace, there you can use for the agent, other admin user, they can use the workspace. For them, you can use the UI builder. So that's all about the compare difference between service portal. But the reason I told you that service portal might be go deprecated in the future because AngularJS is deprecated, which is actually built on top of, the service portal is built on top of AngularJS technology, so which is already deprecated. ServiceNow try to move out. So that's all about today's session. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Hello everyone. In this video, I'm going to talk about that EVAM in the UI builder, how you can use the EVAM in your UI builder. In our past sessions, actually, I'm able to configure the page such a way that based on your category, your content item is actually rendering. So if I select the office related content item are rendering here. The reason behind using the EVAM is that EVAM have a great opportunity where you can, without touching this UI builder or your portal platform, you can actually configure and then you can rearrange the field. So also EVAM have a one good component called dataset. Using the dataset, you can actually show the data very nicely in your UI builder. So let's see that how you can use the EVAM in our page and how you can make this page very looks nicely. The first step is that you can go to your left navigation and search for that EVAM. So once you search for the EVAM, you can see that a complete module called entity view action mapping. Entity is nothing but to fetch the data from somewhere. So let's say the entity means the record. So record is going to be mapped with the view, and then view, based on the view, you can actually do some action. So this is the full form of the EVAM. So entity view action mapping, and it start with that in EVAM definition. So you have to start with EVAM definition. So this is our EVAM definition. Here I'm going to create a new EVAM definition. So let's create a new EVAM definition. Once I put that name called demo workspace, you have a sorting method here. I'm not doing anything. I just leave that field as it is and then click the save button. So your EVAM definition is created. And then once your EVAM definition is created, you have a left side called EVAM data resource. So data resource means that from where we are trying to fetch the data. So as we are representing that catalog item, so we should fetch the data from the catalog item. So we'll click that create and link. And after that, you have to define the table name from which table I want to fetch the data. So our case is SCCat item. We selected that catalog item table. Now here you need to define the filter condition. So which type of catalog item you want to filter. So for example, I want to filter all this active catalog item. So we'll say that active. And then sort by field is an important field. So if you don't define that sort by field, your EVAM data might not render. So make sure that when you defining that EVAM, don't skip the sort by part. And although I know it's not a mandatory field, but I see that there are some issues. So make sure you select the sort by. I'll select that sort by as a name. And our EVAM definition is completed. So it means that we are able to fetch the data from data resources, or we can say that we can fetch the data from the catalog item. Now I want to show the data. So this is we actually fetch the data. So it's called entity. Now view. So here we are going to configure that view. So what type of view we want to do that? We can simply create a link. And simply submit that. So you created a view called catalog item view. It's a M2M table. So it's created a catalog item view. Inside that you can see EVAM view configuration. So you can define inside that. So we'll click the new again here. The reason behind that M2M and multiple tables is that you can actually call multiple fields or multiple tables together. So that's the reason they have created. So let's say that you can fetch the knowledge article, you can fetch the catalog item in the same entity views. That's the reason it have a multiple M2M. So here I'll say that catalog item view. Again, here I need to define the table. So we'll put that SCCat item table. Now, which all field I want to fetch at that moment. So let's say that I will fetch the name, short description, picture, price, picture. And you can add this field later. We can put the order equal to 100. So our view is defined, which all fields I'm going to fetch. That's also defined. I said that I'm going to fetch the name, short description, price, picture. So this is also defined. So we actually able to fetch the data. Now, one of the important thing is called view template. So using the view template, you can actually represent, or you can show that how your data will be looks in your pages. Like when the page will be rendered, how your data will be looks like that you can define under view template. So we'll click here, and then you can see multiple already view are there. So we are going to create a new view. So we'll click the new button. So this is the template field where we have created the template, and then we'll just save the record, and we'll actually define the view just after this save. So you have created this template called catalog list template, and let's save this record. Now let's open this record here in the next tab. So this is our template view. So we will say that catalog. So this is our template view. Here we need to define a JSON template. So we need to define a JSON. So what I'll do, if you see that this is the example code that has been provided by ServiceNow, I'll simply copy and paste the whole code. This is a complete JSON. The top is called component. Inside the component, it says the component name. So it's a ServiceNow card. So how your card will be looks like that is name is defined here. After that, there is a two sections. One is the static section, and after that mapping section. So static, in this static means that how your static data will be like that. So you can see that in this each static have a different kind of name. For example, highlighted header icon. So what will be your highlighted header icon? What will be your highlighted background color? That is already defined here. So these are the static field. Now if you scroll down under this mapping, you can see that this is a dynamic, or you can see it's a mapping. It means the dynamic field. So what will be your highlighted header value? From where this highlighted header value will become? So you can say that the highlighted value will become from the title. So you can put that name here. So this should become from SCCAT item name. So you can change that to SCCAT item name. So we'll say that the highlighted label will become from the name. Then we can say that what should be the highlighted header label. So text header label, that you can define. Let's say that I want to put that short description. So we'll say that instead of name, we can say that short description. So this way actually you can map multiple fields. So when a page will be rendered, you can actually map multiple fields. Then you can say that whenever the image will be loaded, from where this photo will become, the photo will become from the photo field or picture fields. So you can define that. So based on this, you can actually render this card. We'll update this little bit later, but at the moment, whatever is there, I'm not changing that. I just put that name. I just put the short description. We'll update little bit other field. So let's say that I want to put that here called subtitle called description. So we'll put that description. And once we change this description field needs to be added here. So we'll add this description here also. Okay. This way you can actually map, or you can call this multiple filter and map here. Under this action mapping, you can do multiple mapping, like what you want to do. So whenever this button will be clicked, you want to do certain actions, you can define there. So let's say that I will say click action. Under this click action, the navigation will be there. What does it mean by that? We'll know a little bit later. But you can see we have multiple static fields. Statics are how your images, how your data will be looks like that. So that I'm defining here. And you can see the details level 1. So this details level 1 is here details value 1 should be coming from email. That's what they are saying. So label will be called details level 1 should be email address, and then value will be email of that catalog item. That's what I'm trying to say, but we can update that later. So let's save that. So your template is defined. So your template or data is defined. So that's all. So your EVAM is pretty much completed. So your EVAM definition is completed. You can later add, update multiple fields whenever you need it. That's a completely free hand for you. Now, if you go here, I just want to repeat that we have created a EVAM definition called demo workspace. So let's open that demo workspace. Under this demo workspace, we have created a data resources called catalog item. So we want to fetch the data from the catalog item. So we define that catalog item. And under this view, we have defined called catalog item view. And inside that catalog item view, we actually define that view configuration, like which all field should become, like what all field we needed. And then under this view template, we define that how they will be mapped with each other, like which field will be matched with each other. So that's all defined here. Now I'll go to this UI builder and open our demo workspace. This is the UI builder, and this is what page? This is the category page. So we'll open this category page, category admin page. So inside category page, you can see we have a component called Viewport. So Viewport, we know what is the Viewport. Viewport is a child page. So let me open this child page here. So this is the child page here. Inside the child page, we have a category content item that is holding everything. So category content page is actually the page that's showing all this content here. So these all are content are coming from this category content page. So let's load this category content page first. So this is the category content page, you can see. And then in this category content page, basically what we did, we have a repeater that repeats that each component, and then based on that, it is doing whatever things we are looking for. So it's doing the lookup records, and then from the lookup records, it's doing that. So as you know that this is a mandatory parameter, and the parameter is looking for the type. Let me put that type for the time being called item, and click apply so that it load the pages and it can bring some data. So as you can see that this is the content item page that brings all the data. Now what we are trying to do that we define that EVM. So we define that EVM definition. We configure the view. We are able to query to the entity table on the catalog item. Now if you go back to this entity view configuration, here it was active false. So you need to be active and save first. So your view config is active right now, and we will actually able to fetch the catalog item. So let's see how we can fetch that. So simply you can do that. We have a data resource. We can simply click here, add data resource, go to the data resource. Once you search for the EVAM data resource that can bring our data. So let's select this EVAM data resource here. And if you see that this is under global application, and in this configuration, we need these are the parameters. So let's add this EVAM. Okay. Now we need to define the EVAM definition. What is our EVAM definition name? Our EVAM definition name called demo workspace. So we'll select this demo workspace. Once we select that, you can see it start fetching the data. Okay. The composite data review. And if you go to that inside there, it's actually fetch some items. So these are the 20 items which fetch that. And then if you open these each item, you can see the template called now cart view record. That is nothing but our template name. So if we go here, this is the template. So this is our template record that show that what should be our component name called now cart EVAM record. So let's see. So now cart EVAM record, and it have some, all this mapping. So let's open that here. So now you can see on the top, it have the property value. If I open this property value, these have these called details level 1, details level 2. These all are actually mapped here. Some of them are not showing properly because we have not mapped proper field here. So that's okay. So we are actually able to fetch the data from the backend, and you can see that we have defined the page size equal to 20. So that's the reason it's actually able to fetch 20 data at that moment. So 20 catalog item it able to fetch that. Now what we can do here, so this is we actually fetch the data through that EVAM data resource. You can say that EVAM, you can rename actually EVAM catalog data resource or catalog. So once you have done this, all these steps, the next step is that we had to add a component to render this EVAM. So whatever is in the repeater, let it be. I'm not touching this repeater at that moment. On top of this repeater, I want to add one more component. So I'll click that add after component, and then here I will search for dataset. So I'll search for dataset. So I'll add that datasets component here. You can see that it's a dataset is created here, and then if I click here, you can define the title of the data source. Let's say that I'm not putting anything data title at that moment. And here you have a data component. In this data component, you can directly map this EVAM, that fetch actually data. So what you can do, you can simply click this dynamic binding, go to this data resource, and then select that EVAM data, and then double click this EVAM data view and click apply. Once I have done this one, you can see that I can save that option. So let's save that. And let's see how it looks like that. So after refresh, it should show the data set. So you can see this data sets is right now present here, and these data sets are properly working. There are some, you can see that you can change the display count if you want. Now, if you want to add some content, something, if you want to do that, you can simply go to this, our EVAM configuration and template page, and then you can simply update there. For example, we can update this description is coming, right? So this description is coming. We can change this to short description. You can simply do that. So this is description is coming as HTML. We can change to the short description. How can we do that? We can simply go to this template page. So this is our template page. Let's refresh there. And then here, what you can do that under this description, we can simply put the short description and then put here. what will be happening in this case? This description will be populated with a short description. Okay, let's see how looks like that. So we just change that short description. Now you can add multiple fields if you want. Okay, so you can put that username, you can put the photo, whatever is your. If I go back to this SC cat item table, and let's say that I want to fetch the category and I want to do something mapping on the category. I want to do some catalog mapping, so I can do that. So let's see that. First, see that where the image is coming. So from which component the image is showing. So we'll go here. You can see that the image component name called picture. So we'll copy this name and then paste to our template. So instead of this photo, we'll change to that picture. Okay, and then secondary header, we can put like, I want to put that there called catalog. So we'll put that SC catalog name. So we'll put that, or maybe category. I want to put the category. So I'll put that category dot name. So I'll go here on that template. We'll put that category dot name. Then that's it. I'm not changing much. Let's save that. And let's refresh our workspace. So basically, you don't need to go and change the UI builder. You can go to this template and you can start modifying that. So you can see that it starts showing the images. It starts showing the short description. It starts showing that like that. You can change this, view if you want. Here, this aviator. So this is like who created this item, that you can show the name. So what we can do, we can go here and then map call here. So aviator name and then aviator URL you can populate there. So let's say, for example, I want to put the aviator name should be called whoever is the owner, their name I want to populate. You can also do that. So you can, if the data is populated here, you can just go and then put there. So this way you can actually, map this data set, and that can beautifully represent your data without, in future, if you want to make any changes, anything, without doing anything, you can simply go and update that on your template and it will reflect here. Okay, but here is the one thing is pending here. I'll show you that what is the pending thing. So if you go and change your category like software or peripheral, it was changing in the bottom. If you see, it is refreshing, changing that. That thing is not working because it is not taking any parameter like what is the category. So it is not taking that parameter. Instead of that, what it is taking, it is just going to these data resources and whatever filter condition we have defined here, like under this data resources, that actually taking care of that. So it is not taking our page parameter condition or whatever we are actually passing here or whatever I have selecting here. This is not taking that way. It is only taking that static filter that we have set here called catalog item table has to be fetched, and then active is true and order by name. So that's what it is doing. It is not doing any dynamic filtering condition. In our next sessions, I will resolve that issue. So till the time being, thank you very much. Have a great day. In this video, we are going to talk about that how you can create EVAM with the dynamic filter. So in a previous video, we actually configured that EVAM for that UI builder, and using the EVAM, we actually able to fetch a static data sets. Like we can fetch that active catalog item and we are representing here. Here is the one problem we face that. So if you see that our page actually have some dynamic contents, like if you select the software related catalog item should be visible here, but that cannot be possible with that static EVAM. So we need to do some tweak so that based on our dynamic filter, we should get the data. So that's the reason we had to make some certain changes so that we can get the dynamic data resources instead of static data resources. So let's see that first. So if you see that in our previous video, we have created a EVAM catalog item as a data resources, and in this data resources, we pass that data resource called demo workspace. That is our EVAM definition.
In this EVAM definition, we have inside the entity, we have set that what all catalog item we should bring there. For example, if I go here and then search for EVAM and then go to this EVAM definition under this demo workspace, this is the workspace we have created, or EVAM definition we have created. Inside there, we have defined that entity called catalog item. And in this catalog item entity, we have set a static filter called active true. So once we set this active true static filter, system is always bringing that static data. Like if you see that it's always bringing that whenever we select the office or software, anything we are selecting, that still it is querying to the static data, and based on this static data like active true, it is bringing and representing that. So that is the problem for our case. Now we had to make this dynamic such a way that instead of this static one, we should make, or we should get the data dynamically instead of statically. So let's build that. So if you see that, the first thing is that we did that called EVAM data resources. We go to this data resources last day, and then we search for that EVAM, and we pick that EVAM data resources, and then we use the EVAM data resources. So using the EVAM data resources, we actually fetch the data, but this time we are not going to use the EVAM data resources. What we'll do, we'll use that fetch EVAM metadata. So using the fetch EVAM metadata, what will be happen? We will be able to actually query to this EVAM definition, and based on that, we'll be able to get this condition. What is the condition inside that? We'll get that. So let's add that EVAM metadata here. We'll go to and then add that. We'll define that EVAM definition. For example, we'll use the demo workspace again. And then if you see that output, we are getting that output like data. Inside the data, we are getting that Glide composite data metadata query, and inside that get metadata. This we can dot work, we can do that, and inside that we will be able to find out called data source. So data source is nothing but this is the data source, or you can say that the from where we are actually getting the data. So EVAM definition under that data source from where we are getting. So we are getting that catalog item. So we can fetch that, and we can go to this data resource. We have right now one data resource, and that have four property basically. One of the property called active equal to true. So you can see that we are actually, if we go here, the filter we have put called active equal to true. Now this data resource we need to be dynamically override based on that page condition that will receive that. So for example, we are getting that active equal to true, that is the static. So we need to override and then get our own data. So that's our main goal. So I'm not doing anything. I'll just I just show you that how it looks like that. I'll just add, got it, and then I close that. So what will be happen? It will be add that EVAM metadata. So using the EVAM metadata, we can actually query to this data set, and then we can get the filter condition. What is that current filter condition? That's it. We get that condition first. Now what I'll do, I'll go to this, scroll down this page, and if you see that I was using the repeater and other component here in the bottom section of this page, like here, this repeater, I don't need anything or anything like repeater anymore, because we are using that data sets and we are using the EVAM. So I will just remove this bottom part of this page, this one for the demonstration purpose we created earlier. Let's delete that. I'll just close and delete this section. Okay. All right. So our EVAM part is done. Now what we'll do, so let's talk about that EVAM metadata. So we actually able to fetch that the data, or you can say that we actually able to fetch that component of the EVAM data resource. So in a high level, I can say that I am able to fetch this data resource. Now I need to override this condition. So that is not possible out of box at that moment. For that, what you have to do, you have to do little customization. The first thing is that I'll click add data resource, and then I am going to create a new data resource, custom data resource called transform data resource. So I'll select the transform data resource here and put call EVAM dynamic filter. Now in this EVAM dynamic filter, I already told you in our previous video like how we can create the data broker and which situation we should use the which data broker. So we are going to do some scripting so that we can override that default filter that we are actually getting called active equal to true. We need to override that. Okay, so let's do this case, let's do that overriding part. The first thing is that we are going to do some script, and then that script will override that. Okay, so how we'll do that? First we'll get some input. Okay, in the input we'll get some data, and then in the script we'll do some scripting. So let's do that. In the input, what I will do that, in the input I will take this data resource name, because I'm getting that, or I'm able to fetch this data resource. So I will get the data resource as an input, and in the second parameter, what I will do that, I will take a query so that I can override that. Okay, so let's do that. In the property section, I have already mentioned that I'll copy in my, I'll put this details or note into my YouTube video description. So in the property, I take as a 2 parameter, as I mentioned that. First is the EVAM metadata, that is the first parameter. And then in the second parameter, I'll take a query, or you can say that the query that I want to override that. Okay, now both fields are mandatory. You can see the mandatory is a true. This is the string field that I am expecting as a query, and this is the object field. Okay, and in this script, what I am doing, I'll just copy that and then paste here. In the script, what I am doing, I'll just explain that. As a input dot query, so input dot query is nothing but this name. So we'll get a query, and then what I'll do, I'll add this is in a dynamic query. And once we get this, or once we put that as in a variable, we will get as a second parameter called EVAM metadata, that is nothing but top one, and then we'll do a dot working till the data resources. Okay, so how we are doing that? We go to this EVAM data meta, we go to this output, we go to the data, we go to this glide composite data metadata query, and then we go to this get meta, and then data resource. Till the data resource will get that, because we don't know how many data resources are defined. So what I am doing that, we'll do dot work till this point data resource, and then you can see that I have done the same thing. Input dot EVAM metadata dot glide composite data meta query, get metadata and data resource till the point we go to this data resource. And after that, we don't know how many data resources are there. We'll do a for loop. We'll run a for loop. So here we are running a for loop. As our case, we have only one data resources here in this case, so we'll get that one. And then after that, you can see that under this data resources, we have a 4 key query short field C-side table. So inside the query, we'll override with our new query. So inside this query, you can see that data resource dot index and then dot query, we'll put the dynamic query, and then after we dynamically replace all this case, we'll just return that. We'll just return that EVAM data. Okay, so we'll return that. So let's save that our data resource. So once you have defined, or once you have created this data broker, or you can say that data resources, the next steps is that you have to define a ACL. So we have discussed earlier at this point. But if you have not watched or skipped that, so once you created the data resources, we need to define a ACL. So let's do that. I'll go here, I'll elevate my role as a security admin, and then I'll create a ACL. As you know that the ACL type should be called data broker, and then operation should be execute, and then here in the name we should pass this sysid. So we'll copy this sysid and paste here, and then in this role we should put that any role. So I'm just putting the SNC internal role or ITIL. So let's see, yeah, so SNC internal role, and then I will save that so that these data broker are accessible or can be used by SNC internal role. So now our EVAM dynamic data resource are done. We'll go to here, and then what we'll do, I will go and then add one more data resource called EVAM. So now you can see that EVAM dynamic data filter are present, and you can see as a configuration we need that EVAM metadata and then query. So let's add that. So we'll add that in the EVAM metadata. from where we should get that, we will get, or we will bind this to dynamically. We'll click this dynamic binding, go to this data resources, and then previously we created called fetch EVAM metadata, that we are going to select output, and then data, we will use that data and apply, and let's see what we are getting. So once we set that EVAM metadata from the previous step, so this is the fetch one, we fetch that, and then we are able to actually get that data. So we are able to go to this resource, and then here we are getting that output, and then here we are right now query got overridden with empty. Now here we are going to put the query. So let's say that I'm going to put the query call SC category something. So I'll put that SC cat item something. And then if we put that, and that is getting updated here. So whatever query we are putting here, dynamically updating that in your in this case, right? So this is a great thing. We are able to do that based on our selection, right? Now what should be the next thing? The next thing should be we should pass this query, and once we get this, so we actually, what we are doing here, we are actually overriding. So we get this fetch metadata, and then we dynamically overriding that query. Now next thing is that we have to fetch the data. To fetch the data, we are going to use that plus data resource, and then we are going to use that out of box EVAM again. So to fetch the data, we have a fetch EVAM data. So basically EVAM data resource is doing two things. It is doing fetching the EVAM metadata and fetching the data. So both it's actually doing with the help of EVAM data resources, but we actually doing in our steps, we are doing the 3 steps. We are fetching the EVAM metadata. We created a dynamic filter that's overriding the filter, and then third, we are fetching the EVAM data. So we'll select that EVAM fetch like there, and then click add. So under this fetch EVAM data, what we have to do, we have to set this EVAM dynamic filter. This is the custom component we have created that we need to set here. So let's do that. We will set the dynamic binding, go to this data resources, and then EVAM dynamic filter, go to output, go to this glide composite data, and then get meta. We have to select and click apply. Once we select that, you can see that I'm getting that output. So what is the output I'm getting? If I go here, I can go to this data section, go to this glide composite data query, go to this get composite data, and based on that, I am actually fetching that item 20 data. So it means that I'm able to actually fetch the 20 data here. I can see that. So it's returning the 20 data. If I open that, each data have all this template and property. So it means that we already reach our sections. It means that we are actually filter out based on the category we are doing something, and then based on that we are actually able to successfully making the changes. Now let's go back to the SC category item table and do something. So let me go back to the SC category table. So instead of going to the category table, I'll go to the catalog item table. And let me put a filter. Let's say that I'll put a filter called active equal to true. And then I'll group by with the category. And let's see that I am looking for something, some category item which is less than 20 item. For example, you can see that can you help, can we help you? So in this section, we have 11 item. And if I show match with this, it give me a, or it encoded and give me a static query. So which returned me that around 11, you can see 11 item. So what I'll do, I'll right click, copy this query, and then go back to this editor sections. And then here you can see that we have a dynamic filter. Here we will put that query based on our case. So let me put this query. So once we put that, that's it. Now we'll go to this EVAM fetch EVAM data, because if you see that how we are aligning right now, previously we are actually using that EVAM data resources that actually statically fetching the data from that whatever is behind the backend it's set. But in this, we are actually using the 3 components. First, we are going to fetch that EVAM metadata. Then secondly, we are dynamically filtering that based on our conditions. And then actually we are manipulating that EVAM dynamic query. And then we are actually fetching the data. So if we go here under this section, we should get that 11 data, not the 20 items. So let's go to this composite section. And you can see under the item section, we are actually getting 11 item. So it means that our criteria, or you can say that our component is working perfectly fine. We could have passed this filter dynamically. We are able to passing this data dynamically. Now what we have to do, we have to, if you see here that if I compare actually, so if you go to this EVAM data resource, which actually fetches the data, and if I go and expand that, it have a call composite data viewer, and that you can see that under this you have items, and if you open the item, it show the template, and template have a template name, and it have a property value properly mapped. So it have a template and property value map. But if we go to this fetch data, that also returns the proper data. So if we go and little bit component like that, you can see it's also returning that item. But in the item, if I open each one item, that doesn't returning the template name properly. It is just returning that the CSID. Their property is also not binded correctly. Okay, so for we had to do a additional step. So we perform these 3 steps. We are actually perform these 3 steps. We need to do one more additional thing. So let's do that. I'll go here, then add one more data resource called bind data component. So we'll search for the bind data component property. So this is the another data resources we are going to use that. And then if you see the type of this data bind is the transform. So it's a transform, not the GraphQL. So our EVM is a GraphQL, but this is the transform. So it's actually transforming the data properly from the GraphQL data. So we'll add this component, and then here we need to pass this GraphQL data. So what should be the GraphQL data? We'll go and then dynamically bind that. And then here, what we'll do, we will put that under this data resources, we'll go to this fetch data output, we'll bind that output and click apply. Once we do that, you will be see the output also updated, and this is exactly the same way it should be returning our data resources. See, template have a name and it have a property value combination. So property and then value. So it is convert your data. If you see, this is your actual data, and it was not. Here you can see that the glide composite data query get, it have a lot of steps, and you can see that if I open each item, that's there, and then each item have template, and then property are not properly binded. See, each property have name and value pair. So it is name and then value pair. Instead of name value pair, if you see that our case, this bind data component property, it's bind with the property. So if we go here, items, go here, and then go to this AP, any of this property value, it's not a value pair, it's a key and value pair basically. So this is actually how it converted your data, and you have to use that. So this is the 4th step. So we have to do 4th step: fetch, EVAM metadata, dynamic filter. This is the completely you have to create and do the some scripting that I mentioned. Then you have to do the fetch EVAM data one, and then bind data to component property one. So you have to do these many steps to get into this case. Now after that, the final step is that you have to change the data set. So under this data set, previously it was fetching from our EVAM data resources. Now we had to change this to our new ones. We'll go here, binding, and go to this data resource, and then bind the data, and then click the output sections and click apply, so that it can fetch from these bind data. So you can see that based on our category, it's showing those related items. Let's go back here, and then if we change to some other category and see that's actually able to fetch or not. So if we go and group by the category, and let's say I'm going to for the departmental services, and copy this query and go and then paste here under this dynamic filter. Now it is everything is controlling from here, not from the EVAM backend, whatever data set we have defined here. So if you see that right now, so related items should be visible. So you can see that one item are visible. So this way you can actually make the dynamic binding. Now I cannot go and then every time go and update here into this category. So what we have to do, we have to get this under this page parameter. We have a parameter called ID. That parameter has to automatically set into this query, right? So this is what we are expecting. to do that, what we have to do, we are going to create a client script. So let's say that I have already a client script. So this is which is printing actually called context API ID. So you can see console.log. I already put that hi. This is the one which actually printed that page property. What I am trying to do that this client script I am going to run on that page load. So let's see, is it already calling, where it is calling. So this is being called, this is triggered by, you can see the empty. So this client script I want to run or call whenever the page property changes. So if you see that by default, whenever the page property changes, these are the things are already doing, like setting loading, set loading and loading. This is not needed because we are not doing anything related to any further. So we'll just delete this one. So we don't need that refresh data resource because we are not doing that repeater. So what we are going to do that whenever the page property will be changes, we are going to call this client script. What client script we are going to call? We are going to call this new client script. So we are going to call this, and using this client script, what we are going to do that we are going to get this API context. You can see we are getting that. Okay. Now what I am going to do that I will do a one method called. So this client script will be run every time we are going to update our page property, or we can say that whenever we'll click the category, this client script will be run. Now what we are going to do that we will use we are going to create a client state parameter. So you know what is the client state parameter? It's basically a variable. Okay. So we'll say that dynamic filter. So this is our variable name called dynamic filter. So this dynamic filter is going to be, I'm going to use in my script. So we are going to do one thing. We will, in this dynamic filter, we'll set that active equal to true. So let's go back to this here. I'll copy this query and then put here call initial value equal to this one. And I will remove this sysID. So I'll remove this sysID. So initial value will be this one. And then after that, I will append the sysID. So this is our initial value. So we'll click there and then here go to this client script and write a code called API dot set state, and in bracket we want to set that this is our dynamic filter and what value we want to set that. So after that here what we are going to do that we are going to do like this one and then go and again copy this query and then paste here. And this time instead of sysID, what we'll do, we'll go and then put the plus sign and then simply copy this one. Here and then just do that. So what I'm going to do that, I'm going to put that API.setState and then dynamic filter active equal to true and category equal to, that should become whatever is come under the page property. So let's do that. In this here, we are not going to use this query anymore. We will use this client state parameter. So let's go back, bind to this client state, and then we'll use this dynamic filter and then apply that. Now what we have to do additionally, we had to refresh these three, because whenever the value will be updated, we should also refresh ourselves. So what we'll do, we'll go to this event handler and then go to this call event dynamic filter. This one I want to refresh. We'll add that, and then I'll click here and then I want to refresh that this fetch EVAM data one. And then I want to refresh that, this bind data to component property. This one also needs to be refreshed there. So these are the things we need to done that. So we have done a lot of steps. So after that, what we want to do that here under this dynamic property, we have a one called event. We'll go and then here you can see the data which successfully we are going to loading these stuffs needs to be stopped, so that we are going to add. So now you can see that I have just refreshed that workspace and this is our home screen. Now if I go to this office, you can see that it's actually a search office item. If I go to the software related item are searched and showing here. And then if I click here called peripheral related item being searched and showing that. So this is the how powerful is EVAM and how powerfully you can dynamically bind that. So let's see, or let's understand one more time what are the steps we have done. The first step is that we actually use that fetch EVAM metadata that actually fetch your data initially. Actually that it fetch the metadata of the EVAM. Then we dynamically, create a data resource and that dynamically bind your data. Here we can pass a query, but that query will pass from a client state. So we created a client state parameter called dynamic filter, and that client state parameter we actually set here under this dynamic binding. Now we do a fetch EVAM data, so that actually point to this data. So you can see it's EVAM dynamic filter. From there we are actually doing the fetch EVAM data, and from this fetch EVAM data we actually do the bind data source. So we have done 4 steps into that, our 1 2 3 4. This 4th step we actually done to get rid of this dynamic filter. And then also we created a one client script called client state parameter that have an initial filter. Now what we are doing right now, after all these steps, it's actually searching and doing that. So we're actually returning the data. So now we have mapped this data set instead of these data resources. Now we have mapped this to the bind data resources, this one. So we have under this data section, instead of these EVAM data resources, we are bind to that data bind data to component property one. So we change that pointing part. Now, after all these things, what we have done that we have created a client script, and that client script actually get called whenever you go to this body, and under this body, whenever the page property changes, there we are calling this client script. And in this client script, we are saying that we are going to be update our client state parameter. So whenever the page property will be changed or page value will be changes, we are going to dynamically update our this filter. So this filter we are going to dynamically updating here. Okay, and after all of these, we actually has to refresh our all these data resources, that for 3 data resource at least, like EVAM dynamic filter, EVAM data and bind. These all needs to be refreshed one more time. And finally, under this data binding, we have actually go to this event section, and whenever the data fetch successfully happen, we are turning off this loading. So there are a lot of steps I have performed. I will request that go and check each and every steps one by one, so that you can successfully complete these labs. So after that, you can see that it's nicely showing the data, and then it is have that list, and then grid view, it's showing the data properly the way we want. And then this is how it looks like. It's very good and nice way we can. Now if you want to update any like any category or anything, you don't need to come to the UI builder. That can be controlled through your backend EVAM module. So that's it for today. If you have any question, let me know in my comment section. Thank you very much. Have a great day.